University, and I'm sure you will take home a lot of learnings. The second part is a panel discussion on ports. Now, at that point of time, we said, what is it that the IMU can do? Because the ports are quite uh, autonomous, they're quite independent, and they know what their job is. What can anybody tell them? So we looked at certain things and said, perhaps we can just bring them together and make them talk to each other and see what are the areas in which they probably could sensitize themselves for the need of development. So this panel discussion in the afternoon focuses basically on handling disasters and emergencies, because this is something that we have seen is necessary. And with the climate change issues, every single sector in the government and outside the government is getting affected. Now, this entire exercise emanates from two perspectives. Our university is the Indian Maritime University, but very often we ask ourselves, are we looking at 360 degrees of maritime? The focus is on courses for shipping. And there is so much more beyond. Even the ministry used to be called Shipping Ministry, and then it has rechristened itself as Ministry of Port, Shipping and Waterways. So we have to look beyond just shipping. That is one the idea emanated from there. So while ports are competent and constantly striving to improve their efficiencies, we found that perhaps expanding the perspectives will only enhance their operational efficiencies and also reformative efficiencies. The second reason why I mean, one of the ideas I had about disaster management is, as Director General of Shipping, is actually within 1 month of taking charge as Director General of Shipping, we found there was a oil pollution off the coast of Ennore. And it was a deep diving exercise. And we found that there are deficiencies and gaps in how ports deal with the oil pollution disasters. Fortunately, there have not been too many, but should one occur, when there are not too many, then we forget what is to be done. How do you pull all of it together? So that's another reason why we thought that an exercise or a discussion which looks at constant reinforcement of principles, of SOPs, of approach, refreshing insights, assessing the requirements, upgrading and replacing the necessary infrastructure and equipment, etc. So with these few words, we certainly, on behalf of my team at the Indian Maritime University, I hope that each one of you will benefit from hearing what you do, discussing, deliberating, and consider today's time well spent. I know many of you have come from far away. I hope that this will be a very enriching experience for one and all. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am. It's my honor to introduce you to Mr. Frank Gierkens, who brings a wealth of experience to the table, having served in various esteemed positions throughout his distinguished career. From August 3, 2022, he assumed the role of Consul General of Belgium in Mumbai, following a tenure as Consul General of Belgium in New York from February 2019 to July 2022. Prior to this, he held roles such as Port Ambassador at the Antwerp Port Authority and Ambassador of Belgium to the Netherlands. His extensive diplomatic background includes ambassadorial posts in Azerbaijan and various advisory roles within the Belgian government. On the academic front, Mr. Gierkens has contributed significantly as a lecturer and visiting professor at esteemed institutions such as the University of Leuven and Stanford University. His academic qualifications include a special degree in communication sciences and a master's degree in law from the University of Leuven. With great pleasure, I would like to invite you, sir, to address the gathering.
Good morning. Distinguished Ms. Vice Chancellor, Mr. Chairman, distinguished guests, dignitaries, colleagues, and friends. Thanks to the Maritime University for having me. Thanks for giving me the opportunity to share in an environment with which I feel familiar. I have a history with ports and a little history with the port of Chennai. My history with the port is that as a career diplomat, I had left diplomatic service for quite some time to work for the port of Antwerp. So I was a direct colleague of yours, and it feels good to be back in that family. My little history with the port of Chennai is 25 years ago. Many of the young participants were not born there. I was then a diplomatic advisor to the Belgian Prime Minister, and we came on an official visit to India. And we had, of course, New Delhi as an important place to visit. We went to Bangalore. That was the technology hub of India, and we came to Chennai. Already then, the vibes of Chennai and the port business was so strong, we could not miss it in that official visit. And that was, of course, already then with the Belgian ports, Antwerp, Bruges involved. So thanks very much for having me. I feel very happy to be here. And I think this meeting is the best of many, both worlds. It's about business and education. This is really the hub where you bring them together. It's the best of, I will not say the old generation, but let's say the established generation that has proven its mettle is now taking leading positions. And you, the young generation. It's also the best of both worlds, Belgium and India. Of course, the size of our countries is pretty unequal. But when we talk ports, we are partners, and we can talk as equals in that field. So for all that, I'm so happy to be here at that junction, both for myself and also in our international bilateral relations. There is no economy without trade, and there's no trade without ports. I don't have to lecture you on that, but let me say that I know something about ports. 90% of world trade is shipped via ports. So no ports, no economy. And if you talk about India, economy is the buzzword. It's a strong economy, the strongest growing major economy, and there's the ambition and the belief that in 1-2 decades, India will move up to the top podium, number 3 in the world in economic performance. That's a promise that is made today. But the promise will have to be fulfilled. And now I look at all the youngsters, you will have to do it. Of course, it's easy, promises. But I believe if there's trust in India, there's trust in your generation. So I think there, again, this place makes that happen. The combination of generations, the combinations of education, which will followed by your careers in business. So thank you very much for me being a little part of it. I believe that this meeting, the Ports Conclave, will be a meaningful contribution to all the things I mentioned about business education and the careers that you will have and the future of the Indian economy. So enjoy the conclave to the fullest, and you will see it will be of a great benefit, of course for you, but also for the wider society. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your insightful words, and we are also very happy to have you, sir. Although not physically present, the chief guest, Sri T.K. Ramchandran, has joined us online to deliver his inaugural address. So I would like request the technical team to connect us with him. Good morning, sir.
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir, you're loud and clear. Good morning, sir. Thank you for joining us online. I would like to give a brief profile of the chief guest, Sri T.K. Ramchandran, for the benefit of the audience. He is an accomplished Indian administrative officer from the Tamil Nadu cadre batch of 1991, who assumed the esteemed role of Secretary to the Government of India for the Ministry of Port Shipping and Waterways on June 19, 2023. With a diverse background, he has served as chairman of the V.O. Chidambaram Port Authority and held various key positions within the government of Tamil Nadu, including leadership roles in highways and minor ports, tourism, religious endowment, and information technology. His academic credentials include a Master of Technology in Computer Science from IIT Delhi, a Bachelor of Technology from IIT Kharagpur, and a Master's degree in Public Policy from Princeton University, where he was awarded the prestigious World Bank Robert McNamara Fellowship. Shri Ramchandran is a prolific writer with publications spanning development economics, transportation, infrastructure, and urban development, among other domains. Notably, his visionary proposals for a unified citizen ID for all Indians has garnered acclaim. Throughout his illustrious career, he has received numerous awards for his outstanding contributions to both central and state governments. Over to you, sir, for the inaugural address.
Thank you very much. Namaskar, everyone, and good morning. I hope the conclave takes off on a very, very positive and note. And today, let me start with the dignitaries on the dais. Dr. Malini V. Shankar, Vice Chancellor, Mr. Frank Girkens, Consul General of Belgium in Mumbai. I can see Mr. Sunil Paliwal, Chairman of the Chennai Port. There is then Mr. Venkatesh, Rear Admiral Amit Bose, and everyone else on and off the dais. A warm welcome to all of you and also the members of the audience. I think I can't see the audience, but I'm sure since the Consul General from Belgium said a lot of young audience, I'm assuming the students are all part of the audience. So though I am not able to join you physically, my heart is there. And unfortunately, because of certain contingencies, I was not able to be present this morning. But suffice it to say that these days, virtual is as good as physical. So we can have a dialogue or a discussion even virtually. I would first like to start with complimenting IMU for organizing this very important conclave on disaster management crisis and disaster management policies and strategies, as well as with a session preceding that on port endeavor games. The importance of ports and trade has been highlighted by the Consul General from Belgium. And of course, our association with Belgium and Antwerp goes quite a few decades back. And many of us, though not myself, have been to Antwerp, have learned their port skills and harbor skills at Antwerp. And even now, JNPA has a beautiful training training complex where the Port of Antwerp has contributed significantly. And therefore, I'm sure that the presence of the Consul General is an augury which for the future development and the relationship between the two countries, as well as the port sectors in both countries. Now, the importance of ports has been also highlighted. 70% by volume, 90% by volume, and 70% by value. And it is true that because ports are on the coast, they are very vulnerable to disasters. And all the major ports in India, the 12 of them, and the rest of them which are non-major, so-called non-major, including some big private ports, are all vulnerable. And it is in the fitness of things that we are today taking up this very, very important topic of crisis and disaster management. I always like to say that crisis management has to do with more with security and disaster management more with safety. But since both of them are included in this, so it's a very general kind of a term. And like anyone who has dealt with disasters, and my friends on the days, all of them have been public servants, and they all know that we have all, starting from day one, dealt with and handled disasters. So all of us are familiar with what is called the disaster management life cycle, which starts with planning, preparation, and then mitigation, and then handling the disaster during the disaster, and then of course rescue, relief, and rehabilitation, and so on. So these terminologies, this life cycle is actually common across sectors. It does not necessarily mean that the port has a different kind of dispensation. All these things have to be planned for, prepared for. All of them have to be handled, and then of course you have to do the post disaster. So pre, during, and post disaster. So all that has to be taken care of by the team looking after disaster in every port, and of course nationally. I'm glad to also tell you that we have is there a disruption? If there is, then I will stop.
So we can hear you, but the visuals are a bit.
Okay. If you can hear me, that's good enough. You're not missing anything. So I was talking to you about pre, during, and post disaster, and the phases are important because, like I said, the ministry has now put in place a group, what we call the Vibhas group, which will look at disaster and crisis management. And I request the Chancellor, Vice Chancellor IMU, and the rest of the team to ensure that the proceedings of this are also taken note of by the team. And it is our endeavor to have a series of such conclaves, meetings, seminars, workshops, and so on, which will all look at the issue from various perspectives, come out with certain recommendations, which can then become part of policy. So I'm sure that the discussions today, we have very senior officials from the government, we have officials from the ports, and also from the private sector, from some from across the world. So I'm sure all of you will participate, contribute, discuss, and come up with certain recommendations which we can then put into place in our policy. And it has been our endeavor that any policy that is put in place is based on several rounds of consultations with all stakeholders. And therefore, I think this will be a good starting point for our disaster management group, our security group, and they will be able to get very good inputs from this exercise. Then about the Port Endeavour Games, I was pleasantly surprised that in a serious seminar, there is talk of games. And again, I should compliment the IMU team led by the VC, because these are all the kind of value additions that we expect that a university can do. And in terms of the methodology, so all of us think of different kinds of methodologies through which the port employees and generally the stakeholders can be put. And often games are much more inviting. And instead of having sessions where someone is talking or it's a one-way communication, these kind of simulation games, I learned that there are complex the complexity of the port system is brought out through the game, and it is much more valuable as a pedagogical tool. And I would like to learn later on from the participants how well they did in the games and how much it contributed to their learning. So I would like to end my address by thanking the VC for having given me this opportunity to take part in the conclave in this inaugural session, and to hope and give you all my best wishes that for the success of this conclave. Thank you so much. Namaskar.
Thank you, sir, for your invaluable words. Now, may I request our esteemed chief guest to declare open the International Ports Conclave virtually.
Open the port conclave virtually.
Yes,
So
sir.
maybe I should do this or something. Okay, whatever.
So, thank you for being present virtually. It was really invaluable. Your thoughts were really invaluable, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much. Thank you, everyone.
Now, may I take a moment to outline the port conclave that will unfold throughout the day. In conjunction with the conclave, the International Associations of Ports and Harbors and the Port of Antwerp-Bruges will be executing the Port Endeavour Games. This interactive simulation expected to kindle participants to address challenges related to United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, while also managing budget constraints and navigating unexpected obstacles, ultimately identifying the most sustainable port solution. In the afternoon, the conclave will feature two pivotal panel discussions. The first panel, Weathering the Storm, will delve into topics such as mitigation, preparedness, response strategies for port disasters, emphasizing proactive measures to safeguard port infrastructures and operations. The second panel, Navigating Towards Resilience, will explore the crafting of comprehensive disaster management policies tailored specifically for ports, aiming to foster resilience and adaptability in the face of evolving challenges. A notable sub-theme, Legal Anchors, will scrutinize the regulatory framework governing disaster management in Indian ports, providing valuable insights in legal aspects and compliance measures. We encourage all the attendees to actively listen and participate in these discussions, as together we work towards enhancing disaster resilience within the port industry. Thank you.
As we come to the end of this significant event, it's important to convey our heartfelt gratitude. I now have the pleasure of inviting Dr. Lekha Ravi, Assistant Professor, School of Maritime Management, to offer a formal vote of thanks.
Thank you, Mamita. Very good morning to all of you present here, esteemed dignitaries on the dais and off the dais, ladies and gentlemen, and dear students. It is indeed a very special day for IMU as we witness this inaugural of a very well-charted port conclave. And on behalf of IMU organizing team, I take the privilege of thanking all the invitees who have graced this occasion. Our first note of thanks goes to the chief guest who joined us virtually, Shri T.K. Ramachandran IAS, Secretary, Ministry of Ports, Shipping and Waterways. Thank you, sir. I hope you're still there with us. Thank you for the well-articulated message. We are indebted to Mr. Frank Geerkens, Consul General of Belgium in India, who has graced this event as their guest of honor for delivering a commendable talk on the theme of the day. Thank you so much for joining us, sir. Our constant gratitude is due to our Vice Chancellor, Dr. Malini Shankar, for the exemplary leadership provided and for gracing the occasion to preside over this inaugural function. Thank you very much, ma'am. We would like to acknowledge the gracious presence of Chairman Chennai Port, Shri Sunil Palewal, and Chairman Jain PA, who have joined us. We thank you profusely, sir. Our heartfelt thanks are due to Shri Venkateshapati, Director, Ministry of Ports, Shipping and Waterways, for his presence. Thank you, sir. We thank the Pro Vice Chancellor, IMU, Dr. Raju Balaji, for his kind presence and support. Thank you, sir. We express our appreciation to the Registrar, IMU Sri Saravanan, for his presence and support. We also acknowledge the presence of the Secretary of Ports, who is here with us today, and various other officers whom I may not call by name, but we thank each of you who have taken time off to be here with us today. It's a matter of extreme pride that we have an erudite panel of speakers for the day who have joined us. A thank you note goes to each of you, gentlemen, and the sole lady speaker of the day. I may not call out each of you by name, but due honors will be done later part of the day. Thank you so much for joining us, sir. And here may I gratefully acknowledge the effort of Sri Ennarasu Karanesan in getting us this assembly for the Port Endeavour Games and the panel discussion. We are happy to acknowledge the presence of all other port officials who have joined us to take part in the conclave, and special mention to IAPH and POAB for choosing to conduct the Port Endeavour Games in our campus. Let me take this opportunity to warmly thank our Director, Rear Admiral Amit Bose, and the Deputy Registrar of Chennai campus, Dr. Bhuvaneshwari, for the excellent direction and support. I thank all the heads, faculty, officers, and staff of IMU and HQ who have jointly organized this and are here as audience too. I also thank all the sub-staff and the technical teams for the enormous support. And finally, nothing is possible without the presence of our beloved students. Thank you for being a great audience, as always. This day promises to unfold many interesting happenings, and we all look forward to it. On this note, I thank you all once again. Let's all have a very pleasant day. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Ladies and gentlemen, may I now request you to rise for the national anthem.
जनगण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल बंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे।
The inaugural ceremony has concluded, and the eagerly anticipated Port Endeavour Games, organized by IAPH and POAB, will commence promptly at 11 a.m. We request the audience to reconvene with us after a 20 minutes break at 10:55. The dignitaries are requested to proceed to the seminar hall on my left side for the tea break, and the students please disperse from the main entrance for the tea break. Thank you. I request the audience to kindly settle down, please. Also, the ones on the stage, please proceed in the audience.
Check. Check. Check, 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 check.
The participants
Check,
of the Endeavour game will be called after the introduction of the game.
Check, check.
நீ வைடா உன் வேலை நீ போடுற அவரை அவர் வேலை கத்துறாரு அது அடுத்து போங்க அப்போ இந்த மாதிரி இதெல்லாம் என்ன
Check, check. Check, check. Check, check.
போய் உன் வேலையை மட்டும் போறான் நமக்கு அதுக்கு காசு போறான் சைட்ல எல்லாம் போகும்
Check, check. Check, check. Check, check, check.
Audience.
C is
Welcome back. Welcome back. Hello? Hello? Hello, mic testing. Hello? Hello? Is it audible? Hello? 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 It's okay? Sorry for that technical issue. Welcome back. And once again, good morning, everyone. Hope all of you had a refreshing tea break and are now ready for more fun. We eagerly await to resume the International Ports Conclave, which will now witness the Port Endeavour game. The World Ports Sustainability Program, initiated by the International Association of Ports and Harbors, aims to bolster sustainability endeavors across global ports and international collaboration within the supply chain. Really sorry. I would like to continue from where I have left. Okay. The World Ports Sustainability Program, initiated by the International Association of Ports and Harbors, aims to bolster sustainability endeavors across global ports and facilitate international collaboration within the supply chain. With a focus on aligning port practices and governance within the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, the WPSP extends the foundation laid by the World Ports Climate Initiative since 2008. As part of its advocacy for sustainability in the port industry, IAPH has introduced the Port Endeavor Game. This interactive simulation allows participants to address challenges related to the SDGs while managing budget constraints and navigating unexpected obstacles, ultimately identifying the most sustainable port solution. Now, allow me to introduce Captain Kishore Sundaresan, a distinguished professor of practice at the School of Nautical Science, who completed half century in service. With a wealth of experience in shipping management and maritime industry, Professor Kishore has played a pivotal role in spearheading today's event. I would like to invite Professor Kishore, who will be the moderator, to share more details on the Port Endeavor Game.
Thank you very much, Mamita. And good morning to all of you students and my friends from the industry. We will be starting the game. Each one of you will be managing a particular port. We have 6 tables, as you can see, hence we have 6 ports. And we will have 7 members in each of the ports, and each one of you will be given a role at random. So you may be a student, but you may become a CEO of the port. Fantastic, isn't it, even before passing? See how good our good friend Victor is. And so he's put that googly into this entire space. But yes, this entire game will be handled by Mr. Victor Shea of IAPH and his 2 colleagues from Port of Antwerp and Brugge. And I will now ask Momita to introduce each of the team. So when your name is taken, please come to the concerned table or concerned port as it is. We will start with this Klaxmouth.
Group 1, Clerkmouth. The table is over here. The team members are Shri Nagesh G. Akor, Deputy General Manager of Traffic, Jawaharlal Nehru Port Authority. The second member is Captain Milton Asir, Deputy Conservator, Chennai Port Authority. The third, Coastal Guard Commander G. Srinivas. The fourth member, Captain Sandeep Bhujbal, Regional Port Officer, Maharashtra Maritime Board. Fifth, Mr. Amal, VS, MBA. Sixth is Miss Akshita from MBA. And seventh is Mr. Pratik from MBA. The team 2, Gather Bay, which is over here, the table is over here. The first member is Ravi D. Rao, Senior Manager Traffic, Jawaharlal Nehru Port Authority. The second member is Captain Umesh S. Oak, Dock Master, Mumbai Port Authority. Gather Bay, sir. Shri Yatin Patel, General Manager, CSNBD, Kamarajar Port Limited. The fourth team member is Captain Raghavendra Raghav, Adani Digi Port. Fifth is Mr. Dantla Prithviraj, MBA student. Sixth is Mr. Shah Faisal, MBA. And seventh is Mr. Eswar Das, MBA. Group 3, Ware Port, which is over there. The first team member is Mr. Rupesh Kumar, GMB. Second team member, Shri Bhavesh Madhavi, Safety Officer, Deen Dayal Port. We are port, sir. There. Third, Shri Indranil Hazra, Secretary, Chennai Port Authority. Fourth, Miss Nancy Joseph, MBA. Fifth, Mr. G. Vaishak, MBA. Sixth, Mr. Ashutosh, MBA. And seventh, Mr. Pranav, MBA. Fourth group is Port Solander. Sir is going to guide you where the seat is. The first team member is Captain Lalji Ram Meena, Harbour Master, Deen Dayal Port Authority. The second team member is Shri V. Sridhar, Senior DTM, Mumbai Port Authority. Third, Shri S. Kirupan Swami, Traffic Manager, Chennai Port Authority. I'm sorry if I haven't pronounced your name correct, sir. Fourth, we have Mr. Madhavan, MBA. Fifth, Mr. Ajit, MBA. Sixth, Mr. Avinash, MBA. And seventh is Mr. Dharnish, MBA. Group 5, Port of Magram. First team member is Captain Gaurav Mathur, Dock Master, New Mangalore Port Authority. Team member 2 is Sri Bhargava, Executive Engineer, Civil, Visakhapatnam Port Authority. The third member is Mr. Shrikant Bangar, I'm sorry for the pronunciation, Superintendent Engineer, Maharashtra Maritime Board. Fourth, Mr. Raghav, MBA. Fifth, Mr. Kuruvilla, MBA. Sixth, Mr. Navdeep, MBA. And seventh, Ms. Athira, MBA. Athira? Anyone to replace her? Okay, I guess Ms. Athira is not present, so until we find someone to replace her, I would announce the group 6, which is Ravenhill Harbour. The first team member is Shri S.K. Ravikiran, Deputy Traffic Manager, New Mangalore Port. Team member 2 is Captain Praveen, Nautical Advisor and Chief Port Officer of Maharashtra Maritime Board. Third team member is Shri Prabhakar, Traffic Manager, VOC Port. Fourth, Mr. Faisal Khan, MBA. Fifth team member is Mr. Joshua, MBA. Sixth is Mr. Parinasan, MBA. And seventh is Mr. Sajid, MBA. Can we request Niranjan to please replace Athira? She's coming? She's not present here. Okay. She's not well. She's in the clinic. Where is she? Okay. The mics are just 1 minute, sir. So can we request? Okay. May I request Mr. Victor Shea to be the moderator of this game to come and address the gathering?
A very good morning to you. It's an absolute pleasure to be here. As I was introduced, my name is Victor Shea. I am the Strategy and Communications Director of what's known as the International Association of Ports and Harbours. I don't think too many of you will necessarily know too much. I think some of our colleagues in the port sector might know. But the International Association of Ports and Harbours is basically the world's association of ports authorities. So we have about 180 members throughout the world, including many Indian ports, and we're engaged and represent the world ports at regulatory level at the International Maritime Organization and also with other UN agencies such as UNCTAD. I've come over here together at the invitation of NRASU and the Indian port community to play this port endeavor game. This is a game that we invented together, actually, with the Port of Antwerp Bruges and with some other people just before the pandemic. We created it, we were just about to play it, and then unfortunately the pandemic struck, so we went digital. But then by the end of 2021, we launched it. And it's since been played to over 1,600 port professionals and students from around the world, literally around the planet. So hopefully you'll enjoy the game today as participants on the tables, and we will try and get yourselves in the audience and the people online as well engaged as well. I'm going to keep my introduction very brief, but the aim of the game, as mentioned in the introductory speeches by your Chancellor, Vice Chancellor, as well as your Director, is to increase the awareness of sustainable development goals and how they're applied in practice at ports. Now, I've already been on visits, and I've seen the chairpersons of Mumbai ports this week, as well as JNPA, with our illustrious guest, as well as Chennai port. And in the conversations that I've had with the chairpersons and the senior management with NRASU, it is very apparent that Indian ports are also engaged in sustainability. And we want to bring that to the fore, and we also want to showcase that on the world stage. So what we do is we take these 17 sustainable development goals and see how they're applied in practice at ports. I'm going to stop there in terms of my introduction because I know you're more than keen to see what this game is all about. I will finish this introduction and explain how the game is run. We'll play the game for between 40 and 70 minutes. Gentlemen and ladies, take the time that you need to make your decisions so that you can hopefully win. Once we've had the gameplay, we'll then do a 10 to 20 minutes debriefing and discussion. If there's some time, I can also describe some of what the other world ports have been doing in terms of their sustainability projects. So, what is the mission of the game? Well, it is to become the most sustainable port. And here we have all the teams here. Their objective is to become and develop their port in the most sustainable way. How can our teams achieve this? Well, they get rewarded with the highest number and variety of those sustainable development goals. So if I go back, if you see the 17 sustainable development goals, all of those are relevant to ports one way or another. Ports use them more or less depending on where they are and what their activity is. But what these teams will be doing today is winning 1 point for every SDG that they earn and win through their activities. They will earn those rewards and SDGs based on those activities. Those activities award SDGs. The winning port will also have the greatest variety of SDGs. And this is in line with the perception around sustainability. When people talk about sustainability in shipping and ports, they automatically think just of the environment or climate, but it's a hell of a lot of things more. And we want to emphasize with this game that in order for a port to be truly sustainable, it needs to look at all 17 goals. And so the most sustainable port team will be the one that has the greatest variety of SDGs. Teams take note. They will also have a budget. There are limits as to how much you can spend on sustainability in the ports, and I know that the CEOs of the ports here present will endorse that. Reality is that a certain amount of budget will have to produce the best in terms of what is invested. And that is also reflected in the game because everyone starts with a budget and everyone has to look out for their budget as well. You'll be starting with a budget of what's called 10 A's. We're calling them A's for the sake of a currency. And you'll be taking decisions on how much to spend of that particular budget. Once you've spent that budget, you will also earn money from that. Every round you will be recovered with a certain amount of money, and you will be rewarded with extra money for certain use of certain SDGs. The system has been designed to count all these points as they gather. And we've got a map that we can show showing the progress. And at the end of the briefing, I will announce the winners. And just to encourage a bit of competitiveness, and with apologies to my colleagues, I'm from Antwerp myself, but I got these from the Netherlands, although it can be claimed that these are Belgian products. We have 2 tins of stroopwafels, very delicious waffles to win, plus some very illustrious prizes to be won for those who win this particular competition. So I encourage you to do your best and go for those waffles. So the team with the highest number of points at the end wins. As you can see, we've split into 6 teams. Each team starts with a budget of 10A. So consider that the currency of sustainability. In each round, teams are asked to respond to a sustainability challenge by selecting one of 4 solutions around a particular topic, okay? Those solutions cost money, as I said, and they get rewarded by the relevant SDGs, each SDG giving 1 point to the team. And each port, every round, regenerates an income of 4 A's. That's also important for you to understand that every round you will get replenished with 4 A's, okay? Take that into account. So you start with 10, and every round you get replenished with 4 A's. Now, there are certain sustainable development goals that are used very frequently by ports, and those are 7, 8, and 9. That's affordable and clean energy, decent work and economic growth, industry, innovation, and infrastructure. So in the studies that we've done with the ports around the world and our port membership, as well as the projects that we've accumulated, those are the most frequently used SDGs by ports. If you select an activity that has any one of or combination of those, you will gain an extra A for each round. So keep an eye, gentlemen and ladies, for 7, 8, and 9. Like real world, and the theme of this whole conference in the afternoon is built around resilience and coping with disaster management, there will be some disruptive events that happen, unfortunately, to this team. All of these teams are from the 3rd round onwards. It will be up to them to deal with those events in a certain way, and they will be able to use the Sustainable Development Goals they've already won to minimize the impact of those events. But there's also an element of luck. Gentlemen, ladies, you will see that there's a red dice on each one of your tables. Whoever's feeling lucky should grasp the opportunity, because if you throw an even number, you will not be impacted by the event, and your team obviously stands a better chance of winning. If you're unlucky, you will get impacted. It won't be the end, but you will have an impact on your port. So the points award system will then decide who wins, and at the end of my feedback session, I will announce the winners and we'll pass through to the prizes. This is an activity card. So this is what you will receive digitally, which will appear on the screen of each one of you. I'm also going to get you guys involved, just bear with me, but just check on this activity. So in this case, it's break through the noise. It's an activity around a problem around the noise that's been generated by a cruise vessel. Cruise vessels tend to be very old. The vast majority of the fleet are quite old. They tend to make noise, and actually there are 4 potential solutions to dealing with that noise that a port can manage. In this situation, the team will choose one of those. Each one of those has a potential cost, and they can potentially win any one or a combination of the SDGs underneath, the Sustainable Development Goals underneath. Now, once you get used to the game, our dear players over here, you're going to start getting selective about the sort of Sustainable Development Goals you want to win. Why? It's not just the quantity of sustainable development goals you're aiming at, it's the variety, okay? So this is the version of the SDGs that will appear and show which particular SDGs are awarded to you, and the scoring system will take care of itself, okay? Any questions so far? Okay. You can collect additional points at the end of the game by working around what are known as IPH's areas of interest of its World Port Sustainability Program. As I said to you, SDGs are very varied. There's 17 of them. And what we've done with our database of all the projects that we've collated in the last 6 years from around the world is we've categorized them in 6 categories. And those categories you can see in front of you here. There's infrastructure, digitalization, climate and energy, environmental care, health, safety and security, and community building. And on the table of the players there, you have that card that can assist you. Why? Because when you're accumulating the different sustainable development goals, if you get the entire row, let's say for infrastructure, 6, 8, 9, 13, and 14, at the end of the game, you will be awarded an additional 5 points. Okay? So the idea there is to try and look at different combinations in order to try and get and specialize in certain areas of interest to win additional SDG badges. Okay? And they're worth 5 points. On the table now, you have some papers facing downwards. I would like all team members to pick one of those papers. No. Face down, face down, face down. You can't see. Each one takes one of those. Just take one. Everyone takes one each, please. No looking, no hierarchy. Everyone's equal here. Yeah, pick a card. Okay, so everyone has a card? Everyone has a card. Yeah, you can look at the card. You can now look at the cards. Sorry about that. Yeah, you are allowed to look at the card. The cards that the people have just had are actually roles. So one person's ended up being the CEO. Congratulations to him or her. Sustainability manager, public relations manager, board member. They all have a specific role that they need to perform. Now, each one of those roles, of course, in real life, have different objectives attached to them. Of course, sustainability manager is going to be looking at sustainability. The health, safety, and security officer will be looking at those 3 things. So what we've done is we've also given each one of these individuals, as part of the team, special sustainability development goals they should try and earn for their team. Now, this is a team game, right? So you're not competing against each other within the team, but you should try and see if you can achieve and attain those particular sustainable goals for your business as well. Why? Because if you manage that and you fulfill all of your goals with the SDGs that are underlined under your job, you get to earn the team another 3 points. Okay? Is that clear? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to ask everyone here on the stage to start looking at their description of their role and to focus on the SDGs. Why my attention turns to the crowd, because the crowd are looking at me going, yeah, but what's my role in this and how can I play a role in this? And we're going to try it. This is the first time we tried it, so it's going to be an experiment, but we're going to give it a shot. What we're going to do is get you guys involved in the playing of the game by making you supporters of the teams. Okay? You up for that? Are you up for making some decisions yourselves independently of whatever the teams make on sustainability? Good. What I'm going to ask now is I'm going to divide everyone up in teams. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to ask you, if you have your smart devices with you, or if you have a laptop, or if you have a tablet, and knowing the age of all of you, I'm pretty sure quite a few might have some. And those who don't, please share with their partners. If we could have, for everyone on this row for rows 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5, up to you, sir, and the lady in blue. All of your rows, I would like you to join the Clerkenmouth team, who are the diligent people that are looking at their roles over here. You're going to be supporters of the Clerkenmouth team, and you can do that by logging in to portendeavour.unctad.org, email IPH1 in capitals, password IPH. You will be able to follow the progress of the team, the points they earn, and the decisions that they make. And what I would like you to do is when they're making their decisions, I would like you to make your own deliberations between yourselves, exactly how they're developing and what your choice would be. Everyone beyond the gentleman there in the orange and the lady in the blue, the top rows there and the guys sitting at the back, including our well-dressed gentleman with at the desk, you guys are Guthrie Bay. So again, use your devices, enter in portendeavour.unctad.org, email, or it's the username IPH2, password IPH, okay? In order to get in, you just press your finger on the grids on the side and then just log in with those credentials. I'm now turning to the center here, and I'm going to ask the same of the center stage here, where all the rows 1 right up to yourself, sir, with the cap. I would like you to join Weirport. Weirport, let me see, I think is the third one. That's you guys, right? You're the supporters of Weirport. So the first 1, 2, 3, 4 rows are supporters of Weirport. And to enter there, you have IPH3 in capitals, IPH on that website, okay? So those of you interested, just use the smartphone, log in, use the grids, find the login, and get yourself into the system. For the gentleman beyond the cap and the rows beyond, and I think you're all students, I would like also you to welcome yourselves to Port Solander, which I believe is there. So you're the supporters of Port Solander, and your your username is IPH4 in capitals, password IPH. And then I turn to the final sector here, and I'm looking to the right-hand side, and I would like everyone up to the row with the gentleman with the beard there and the suit and the grey suit to kindly join the Port of Magra. The Port of Magra will have its entrance if you go using your smartphone, portendeavour.unctad.org on your browser, IPH7 in capitals, password IPH. And then the back 3 rows of the lads and ladies behind there, your Ravenhill Harbour, that's the last port over there, you're supporters of their team, okay? So please enter with those credentials. That way you'll be able to follow the team. For the people that don't actually have mobile phones, and for the people who are actually following this online at the IMU campuses around the country, we shall be continuing to show the activities of the game on the main screen here and interchange it with the scorecard as well. So you will be able to participate as well. You don't need to be logging on yourselves. You just need to be watching what happens on the presentation. So without further ado, we're going to start playing here on the individual side, and then we'll start with the first main activity, which is clean up your act. So everyone's going to clean up their act, take a look at the challenge itself, and generally speaking, we're going to give each one of the teams approximately 10 to 15 minutes to make their first decision so that they can get used to playing it. I will be going from team to team to actually start the Endeavour gameplay. I wish everyone the best of luck, and of course, may the best team win. Thank you.
Okay, so I'm going to start talking now. Yes, it is. I'm going to will not be the same to start with. Maybe something else. We'll come one by one. This is for the audience.
will come one by one the table to set your challenge. Presently, yes. You may get this. He will come. He will tell you what the activity is.
So good luck in that, yeah?
Yeah.
Okay, well, good luck. So, the board has recently signed up line of commitment for this. We've got it now. The meeting is called. So if you look at the top here, you've got your budget on the right hand side. Yes. Then you have SDGs, WPSP, and Endeavour. That's where you can score the next time. So you basically need to choose the value you can around next week. Okay, guys, we managed to start. So, this is the challenge. The clean up your own report, the list that signed up your report, actions, 9 lots of your budget of 10 days. You've got 10 to 15 minutes the next time I come around. Any of the options based on budget and based on what you think is the best.
You pay for what you have.
Yeah, and you need to scroll down. If you scroll down, you can see the SDGs that we're going to win.
You scroll down, you can see the SDGs that we have on this activity. So that gives you an idea how much to buy. Please remember that it is optimal buying. If you're going to spend too much, you will not necessarily get
Scroll down. Four choices. Take one on the most All right, cylinder. Good luck to you. Okay, so I'm going to start you off. Okay, so thinking, just put it back so that you can hopefully see. So you've got this option to clean up your ranks. You have 4 options. They all have different budgets attached to them. If you scroll down, keep this run down, you have the potential SDGs that you could win, any one of the combinations. Remember your budget, you have to choose one and agree between you. With the CEO. Good luck. When I come round next, I should have a decision. Good luck. Starting you up now. The screen is appearing now. Scroll down again. You can actually see
you have more challenges coming up. Remember that you have only 10 days. You may earn more as you take a decision.
One choice. So you have to break between. Okay? Good luck. System oriented organized any questions we will we use and recycling. The next step is I will award you So go ahead and make a decision and I'll get back to you. Third is the estimation condition for details. Okay. Right, measurement will be given money, so they can collect. You're the board, right? It's the board is between this is basically outsourcing. Only one by one. Third is basically see there are you are targeting there are two alternatives. You go four choices. Community building, only one. And there will be other targets. They can go for innovation increasing the we started with 10. Money does not win. Partnership. Start discussing innovative infrastructure. And all we have to select one of those three prices. I was thinking of can eliminate one of these. This will develop a system.
Only one choice, no? Only one choice. Can't select multiple choices.
I can also see the third one. Very cost effective and cost
Check.
This is recycling. No, You partner up with the relevant companies and local authorities or not? To establish second act is finished. Third act
It comes to a decision.
that is there is indirectly that is innovation. University is also now our partners now let us decide by elimination. So let us decide by elimination. One is eliminated. C is also eliminated because he is focused only on one and two eliminated. Let us focus on 2 and 4. Now we see this one is one time means supporting for one number part number 4 is not empowerment at all. Number 4 is not involved in the court inquiry. We will go to the court. How many sustainable development policies? 1 to 7 decide by how many sustainable development policies will carry.
Type the keyword. How many keywords? At the percentage.
Present day is most of this.
No one? One or two?
Yes. I have a better technical fuel advantage here. Just do it.
And here we are not only deviating.
Life on land, responsible consumption and production, and responsible
That is available. That is available.
Yes.
You already won the that is not about system. That is about I didn't pay.
we discusses waste, reduction is there, reuse is also there, recycle is also there. All the things we can address. And also teachers that we need a demonstration is also there. Demonstration is we are giving the teachers and workshop, education seminar. And workshop.
Sorry, I'm just following.
What are
Quality education. That's how okay. Keep on going. Option 2, go to the board.
this is here.
You have life on water. Life on land. कचरा होता है इसलिए हमारा कचरा कहाँ कचरा नहीं होता जब तक इतना सिखा देंगे कचरा नहीं होगा श्रृंखला आ जाएगा
Thank you, sir.
आप हमारा खोल के आप सामान वो छोटा में सिखाता है सिखाओ ना तो आज शुरुआत की हम लोग भी होता है
टाइम Second option.
ഇത് ഇങ്ങ വരണമേ ഇത് ഇങ്ങ വരണം இது இங்க வரணும். அது பரவாயில்ல. இப்ப இது இங்க வரணும். இந்த ஸ்லைட்
அடுத்த சைட் வச்சு மூவ் ஆச்சு.
But for this one, it had 8 and 9. But it's
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Keep the mic up. Supporters, you have your second challenge there.
All right, clean up the act. Okay, go through play. Have you reached the decision? Good luck with it. Okay, good luck with it. All the big spenders, eh? Maximum budget. What's collected? You'll soon be able to see exactly what the number was. Congratulations. You go to the top of the screen. Click on SDGs. You'll be able to see exactly how many SDGs you've accumulated after each ad. I'm going to give you 4 A's plus the 2 A's that you won on SDGs 8 and 9. And I'm going to give you the next round. Okay? You put the race table on the right hand side. See the score on the right hand side. And then go next round, and then they get the next screen. How are you doing, guys? Are you guys ready? Yes. This is a very efficient board, efficiently run course. Okay, this way. Next Number 4. Congratulations. I'm going to give you 4. Who feels like there is a wastewater discharge cruise vessel not to your port and accidentally discharge grey matter in your port. The ships are very when they release the injection discharge, there's a serious contamination. If you throw in an even number, you'll will have to pay. You got two. Congratulations. No, so, don't have to pay anything. You just go to the next round. All right. There you are. Next round. Try myself. Can be a partner. It was like creating an ecosystem which was not there. Here, question is that you need to protect the existing habitat, not the expansion. Can we just read this again once again? Do some protection of these habitats and can do so. What is happening? You picked an answer.
Just bear with us for some time. This seems to be a technical issue. Otherwise, you should have seen the points already on your side screens. So that will tell you how you have performed vis-a-vis the port who is sitting on the table, on the stage. So just bear with us. We'll try and get this up. The system is a little slow with so many logins happening.
Which one is not?
Points to show it.
But that should be happening from here, no?
Yeah, after he gets all the guys in, we know. Then it will have to come.
Manual here.
Or you want to open the same session?
उसके लैपटॉप में has he got a net connectivity?
Okay, but this is not reflecting there.
This one is sorry.
No. The system points has to be reflected in these. This reflects here.
This is only.
This is coming to the screen. The first should come in these. That is what
So you are now to take the that was a very good one. So you see, because answer 2 and 3 was good. Answer 2, I suggest as well because you have that community Okay, can I go to the next one?
No. I don't think that's going to work.
Okay, who's the lucky one? Who needs to, where's the, you. So you need to toss 2, 4, or 6. Avoid the event. And because the event.
Can you open the map here? Can you open the map here? Is the mouse working here?
Discharge entry at gray water fountains, blah, blah, blah. So that can be an operational toss.
Can you give the map? Can you open this? Where's the mouse?
Now, to avoid the event, you need to toss 2, 4, or 6.
Just open the map. Yeah.
So you're the lucky one.
And leave that. That's the map. That's the map with the scores. Reduce the size. Reduce the size. That's it. That's right. Those are the scores.
No.
It needs to be shown on here.
Yeah, 1 second. Huh?
Show it on the main thing.
Okay.
Okay. So you see,
It has a financial penalty of 3-8.
So all behold for the scores that's coming up on the screen now. And let's see which port is going leaps and bounds forwards. Some of them have really got the 789 SDGs where they get additional points. See if you have got that too.
Next question is down on government.
You can see each of the ports, what they have won, the SDG goals that they have won. So you can see big round of applause for Guthrie Bay. This is so far. It doesn't mean they are in the lead or they have won. Exactly. This just shows the quantity of SDG, but not the quality of SDG.
We've got this real IT issue. It's really bad news with this IT issue.
You can even throw the dice if you want. You did, so you're lucky. Next challenge, start adding up. Because you have already done the second challenge. Second challenge के साथ कुछ गया होगा इधर. System will not make a mistake. Yeah.
So which question you choose? Yes, question. Yes. Otherwise, you can get I think there are still two questions. Like, guys, the next round. No. Now it's your game. So you choose answer 4. Yes. Correct. It's a good answer. But here you see, we forgot 6, given a 4. Okay. Next round. Who is the happy one? So 2, 4, or 6? No. One was say 1. I think 3. No, 2 of them. But you
Clarksmouth supporters, you're on round 7, going great guns. Come on, Solander, start galloping. Kun, answer is ready here. Oh, great. That's Clarksmouth. Wow. Clarksmouth has reached the end of the game. They've come to round 8. Well done, Clarksmouth. Who's the CEO of Clarksmouth? Oh, अच्छा.
That's all the CSU.
Absolutely.
So the CEO is appreciating yes. CEO. So this is the latest question I have. But they just difficult. It's not because I'm not a bank. All right, well, you can have a break then.
Yeah, done, we are done here. Are we done here? We're just waiting for the other team.
No, it's not the fastest. No, it's not the fastest. You'll find out the scores at the end of the game.
Okay, we've just got Weir Porter finishing their round, and then we'll be able to start totting up the scores. Thank you for your patience.
I can see what's going on.
You need to decide.
Yes. So,
Very much you stay here and then we'll do, they're just finishing their last round.
answers, choose to wear, reach the end of the game, wait for the result right now.
You will tell me, create one.
This will automatically.
Okay, everyone. All the teams have finished their participation now and have finished their game. So well done, everyone. What I'll now do is to increase the suspense a little bit. I will explain a little bit about the game and then we'll announce the winners. Okay, so we've reached the evaluation of the session now. Thank you very much again for the teams for taking part, as well as your patience there in the audience. Well done. So this game is part of what's known as the World Ports Sustainability Program. It was actually opened in the Port of Antwerp back in 2018, and the lady speaking there is the Queen of Belgium, Mathilde, and she actually opened the whole program. And as previously stated, the idea was to integrate the 17 SDGs in port governance. I was part of this meeting. In fact, I took this particular photo of a meeting that happened between 30 ports from around the world, together with financing institutions, shipping companies, etc., that did a workshop on trying to figure out and prioritize what were the most important sustainable development goals for ports. What came out of that was the idea for this game. So that's where the game was actually born. So it was actually born by the member ports themselves and not by IPH, Port of Antwerp, Bruges, or anyone else. The development of the game dynamics and content was done by IPH with experts from the Port of Antwerp, Bruges, as well as others. And we used the real-life examples of the World Port Sustainability Program database of 334 projects and best practices from 128 ports in 56 countries. If you go to sustainableworldports.org, you will see all of those projects. So after this, we'll be disseminating that website because you'll be able to see all of those best practices, all of which have SDGs attached to them and which are divided into areas of interest. So that's the split. And as you can see, it's pretty global. I'm pleased to say that when we started the program, it was very much focused on North America, Asia, and Europe. But since then, we've seen projects appear. What we haven't appeared, and this also was subject to the meeting in Mumbai as well as over here with the ports, is there not enough Indian port projects being shown on the database. And after the conversations I've had with your ports, those ports will submit their sustainability projects. Some of them are really, really good and need to be showcased on the world stage. If we split them up by individual area of interest, and as you've seen during the game, we work to individual areas of interest, there's quite an even split between environmental care, community building, and climate and energy. And if you combine digitalization and infrastructure, which we had under resilient infrastructure combining both until 2 years ago, there's an even spread of projects. And then we also have 61, which increased substantially on health, safety, and security during the pandemic, where a lot of ports around the world had to adapt to the pandemic, and they submitted projects for future reference. The game that you've seen here is just a game, but it's not just a game in terms of content, because the choices that you've seen on your smartphones, or in the case of these ladies and gentlemen that have played, all of the choices that have been put for each one of the activities is based on an actual project that has taken place somewhere in the world, and that's on the database. So can you see what we're trying to do with this game? Instead of me giving you a PowerPoint presentation of 336 projects, we're actually taking it to a dynamic level where people need to make decisions themselves, whether they're students or whether they're port executives, on those activities. Because in reality, that's exactly what port authorities have done around the world, with restricted budgets, choices of only one, and with consequences. So this is actually based on real life. Also, the events that were confronted by a number of these ports, whether it's a wastewater discharge, a fuel fire accident, or even a hurricane, again, this is something that happens in reality and ports have to react to. So we've tried to incorporate the dynamics into the game as much as possible of what's actually happening out there in reality. So that's my discussion. What I also would like to just briefly add is that we have done a scoping of each one of the activities and all the projects and how ports apply the Sustainable Development Goals in practice. That information is also available for you and for your consumption, okay? So that ends the presentation part. So I'm going to look to my colleagues here because I think we're going to need to start looking at giving some awards and some prizes. So if I could ask for the director to come and also for yourself to come and help with the giving of the prizes, and of course our dear Vice Chancellor to come and see what the prizes are. Okay, so 59. Okay, all right, I'll put it down. Okay, so I am actually going to now, thank you, go back to your seat. If I could have the technical guy help me go back to the browser. Okay, thank you. Where's okay, thank you. Oh, it's okay. I need to press here. Needs to press once. Okay, so we have the results. We have the results. Yes, I'm going to put them on the screen. I'm going to talk about in reverse order. And also, there's been one special team, Solanda, which has done an exceptional job because unfortunately, due to a system or the network, their system got blocked, so they didn't actually get 8 points. They didn't get 8 points at all. In fact, they did a lot better than that. But working backwards from 6th to 1st place, I would like the representatives of Clerkenmouth, who won 47 points. So we get an award for Clerkenmouth. Yes, for everyone. Just bring the first Okay, so they're going to bring the trophy for the Port of Clerkenmouth. Port of Clerkenmouth.
Madam, they are here. They will go ahead.
Well done.
Once more. Go that side and take it.
Congratulations. And now announcing in 5th place with a total of 57 points, we have Ravenhill Harbour. Ravenhill Harbour at the end there. Well done, Ravenhill. No, 5th place. fifth place. And now I'm going to make an announcement on a very, very special team. After round 2, for some reason, either through whatever, the gods or Murphy's Law, they weren't able to operate digitally. Fortunately, I brought a manual version of the system with me for that eventuality, and these rather clever team played manually from that point onwards and managed to accumulate a score of 59 points. Well done, Port Salander. They got hit by a major event, an IT event, and did really rather well to recover from it. So well done. In third place, with a total of 60 points, let us congratulate Guthrie Bay. Well done, Guthrie. We're getting close now. So we're getting to the top 2 now, and as you can see, it was quite a close match. But for a fantastic effort for a total of 67 points, our applause to the second place and runners-up, Weir Port.
Yeah, it's 2, it's just behind the computer. No, it's just behind the computer. No, it's just behind the computer.
I did promise some waffles, so I need to make sure that the waffles are present and they haven't already been eaten. So there is a winner. They've scored a very, very high score by any standard of 71 points. So our warmest congratulations go to the winners of the Port Endeavour game, the Port of Magra.
Well done.
Excellent work, everyone. Whoops. Well done. Port of Magra, you're the champions. No.
Just give the books to all of them. Yeah.
There will be now a gift handout to the...
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
The winning team. Starting with the winning team. Would like to-
There are more gifts.
Yes, there are more gifts. The book.
Would you like to announce the book and what it is? Can you announce the book and what it is?
Yeah. So as you can see, each of the team members are getting a fantastic book. This is on Vavu Chidambaranath, VOC or Vavu C as it's in Tamil. Actually, he was the first ship owner from our country against the British colonialism of that time, and then he really succeeded. But unfortunately, you should read the book. As the author said, there is not a single person who has read the book and not cried. It's so well written. It's beautiful. I have read it, and he's right. You will not help, but you will cry the way Vavasi went through his life.
We've got half an hour left. Do you want me to stop? We can stop now. Okay.
I will possibly because we can always come back earlier.
Okay, excellent. Okay.
Everything's okay to stop for lunch? We can stop for lunch.
Okay. No, we're done. Thanks so much. I'll pass it over. Okay, yeah. I would also like to extend my special thanks to the Port of Antwerp, Bruges, and to Koen and Achille over there in the corner. Thank you, Koen and Achille, the moderators. And also thank you for your attendance and taking part in Port Endeavour. I'm going to now pass to the moderators. I thank you for your time. I hope you enjoyed yourselves.
Last thing, no, sir. No, one more thing. You have to take this picture. Tell them where it is. Go through this way. Sir, this scheme has got books. More books are kept. One more set is coming from there. That's all, last one. This books is not in our hand. We just received it and we tried to prepare it. No. Yeah, you can explain the book. No, okay. Because they're taking pictures. No, but then. Okay.
I need to put something up on. Ah, that's all right.
Go ahead. While the books are being distributed, so that it's the last team has received the books.
Ladies and gentlemen, can we again have a round of applause for the winning team, Port of Magra? And also all the participants for their enthusiastic engagement and creative problem solving. To our esteemed audience, your presence and enlightful observations have enriched the experience. Last but not the least, a round of applause for Professor Kishore and Mr. Victor Shea, who have masterly guided us through Port Endeavour Games. Now, let's take a well-deserved break for lunch. We'll reconvene promptly at 2:20, refreshed and ready for the next excitement segment of the panel discussion. May I request the dignitaries to kindly proceed to the seminar hall for lunch. I request the audience, the students, to kindly settle down till the dignitaries are not proceeded for the seminar hall. Students, please do not leave the hall unless the dignitaries have reached the seminar hall.
Thank you very much. Well done.
When I was there, he is actually because he is from Bambi. वो साथी के लिए जब मैं आपके सीखा मेरे को बहुत
Thanks very much.
Very nice.
That happened to me quite a few times. Yes. And it was so good. It was like I'm going back to JNP and it was good. I'm speaking.
Yes, I was
धीरे धीरे करके आपको अंदर में एकदम नंबर डाल दिया
Yesterday only we had a discussion. We are going to interview for DD.
Amal, that the you are.
Yeah, and we will deliver today.
I did out. That's it.
These participants they have it since lunch. The ones student participants over here. We have this, so we have lunch. At the back, student members got this. You can have. You say that without food, this food was not.
अपन को भी जल्दी फटाक से खाना आना है You can
Okay.
അപ്പൊ നീ ഓടി വന്നില്ലേ അപ്പൊ തന്നെ എനിക്ക് പറഞ്ഞ
स्क्रिप्ट तुम्हारे पास है ना, ये तो निकाल दे। इसमें किसी ने भी edit
എങ്ങനെ പോകും
इसमें टॉपिक नहीं इनविटेशन कार्ड में
ഓട്ടോ
यहाँ पर है
ഞാൻ പറഞ്ഞു
such as cyclones, earthquakes, tsunamis, and many more. Many ports have suffered heavy losses and structural damages, some of them permanent. While many ports have responded with resilience and have a disaster management team in place, it is pertinent to debate on the experiences and the mitigation measures adopted. Best practices can be referred to and much thought can be applied to way forward for Indian ports, which are on the cusp of seamless expansion in the coming decades. May I now call upon Vice Chancellor, Indian Maritime University, Dr. Malini V. Shankar, to introduce the theme, Port and Terminals, Crisis and Disaster Management Policies and Strategies. Over to you, ma'am.
Good afternoon, everybody. A very challenging session after lunch, right? And there is no endeavor game to keep you engaged. But we do think that this is an important aspect that needs to be discussed, debated to see how best we can prevent, handle, and also handle just the immediate disaster, which whatever form it is, and also post-disaster relief. So disaster can come in various forms today, and I think those who are dealing with the ports, I'm sure they have experienced a whole variety of crisis management and disaster management during their career. Climate change is making it worse, and if you read articles on climate change, it says it affects every single sector of society and industry. And ports have to even understand what would be the consequences of climate change. The simplest of them being, the sea level is rising. Maybe the ports are not really connected there, but you never know what happens. Now, I'm just going to share one experience I had as Director General Shipping. I briefly touched upon it in the morning, but the importance of disaster management struck me during that, as a result of that experience. When it comes to disaster management, the national government has actually put a National Disaster Management Act in place. The act is very comprehensive, and it is well applied, well documented as far as the land goes. As far as the sea goes, you have SOLAS, UNCLOS, you have the International Maritime Organization, which has its regulations, which are put in place. But when it comes to the interface between sea and land, which is where the ports and harbors are, while the SOPs are in place, the implementation of the SOPs can sometimes be found wanting. For one instance, the Standard Operating Procedure or SOPs is only a guideline as of today and does not have statutory backing. So in the absence of statutory backing, the ports, and there is no single window or single nodal agency which actually handles it from beginning to end. You have a variety of institutions starting from the Coast Guard, which is the first responder in case of any disaster concerning the port. And it goes on to the right to the land, which is the district administration and the revenue administration. So this particular oil spill that happened a couple of years ago, we found that the oil spill kept increasing. First, they will tell you it's only 2 metric tons, and then it would become 10 times more. The equipment could not be found because nobody had conducted any practice drills. The equipment was not used for a long time. So when the equipment was found, the person handling the equipment was found missing. When everything was found, the equipment was not functioning. And then there was this issue of if you want additional equipment, where do you go and purchase it? So we didn't have a ready list to say, okay, let's get more equipment, whether it is boom, whether it is skipper, whatever it is. That is one part of it. How prepared are we in handling it immediately? The second part is, okay, now there's been an oil spill, how do you clean it up? So the government came in for a lot of criticism saying you're cleaning this oil spill you're not using machines, you're cleaning it using human hands. And there were a lot of volunteers, including some students of maritime institutions who came in and cleaned. But what happens in the public image is this picture goes on to the newspaper or the media and says, okay, now you're using students to clean this up. So how So one part is the management part of it, the SOP, etc. The other part is technology. What is the technology we have to ensure that various types of oil spills, oil spill can be, the provenance of the oil spill can differ. Some are thicker, some are less dense, and what is the equipment you need to handle each one of these. So all this put together, we need to have integrated understanding of how we handle this, how well we are prepared for this. First of all, preparedness. What happens the minute there is a problem? Who do you call? Who comes onto the picture? And how do you handle it? Then dealing with it, and post event, how do you clean it up, and how do you bioremediation, different types of remediation. So I'm referring to the oil spill because that's been my experience. I'm sure the port people have dealt with different kinds of disaster. Like the Secretary MOPSW mentioned in the morning, there is security related and safety related, and the disaster via a crisis is of different types. It could relate to security. It's like 2611 in Mumbai relates to a crisis management, and oil spill relates to a disaster management. I do hope that we have had panelists from different sections of the maritime sector, and they come with rich experience, and I hope the deliberations in the next two panel discussions will be very, very useful, very insightful for the people who are involved in managing the ports, and will also offer an insight for young students to see what port management means when it comes to crisis and disaster. So here is wishing you a very fruitful afternoon, and thank you. I just hand it back to the students.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for that information on today's theme for panel discussion. Moving ahead, may I request Professor of Practice, School of Nautical Science, Professor Kishore, to set the tone for the panel discussion. Over to you, sir.
Good afternoon, one and all. Disaster and crisis management. Disaster and crisis never comes calling. That's absolutely there. And above the great laws of motion and the laws of flotation and laws of everything, there is one major law, which happened even this morning, the Murphy's Law. What has to go wrong will go wrong. We had it with one of our ports today, and we had to, me and Andrew, when we were discussing, we discussed that we have to be prepared for that. We have to be prepared for a disaster and crisis, and we were with a manual stuff, and we were able to point them, give them points too. That's no doubt about that. Both disaster and crisis may happen because of a number of events coming together, either by omission thanks to a human being or by force of nature. It could be anything. But it always gives us a lesson to learn. And we human beings are fantastic in learning from whatever it is. We deep dive, we identify the exit and entry points of each of the omissions that we have made. We tie up, we strengthen, we make the chain stronger. We go back again, try again, drill again, and keep on going off and on. As a matter of fact, we did it just now. Can you imagine a disaster for calling is to have a session on Port Conclave after a stupendous lunch? My God. But we did plan for it. We did contingency planning by making sure that we have two excellent panels. And they're going to make it interesting to make sure that we don't fall under crisis or disaster. Like my director is telling me, move away from the mic, you'll be falling into another disaster. So with this, we start the ball rolling, and then I'll hand over to my beautiful student colleagues to take it forward from here. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Now, we would like to outline the profile of each eminent speaker before inviting them to the dais. With great honor, I would like to introduce the moderator of panel discussion 1, Shri S. Vishwanathan, a distinguished member of the esteemed IAS 2008 batch, currently holding the position of Deputy Chairperson of Chennai Port Authority. Shri Vishwanathan has had pivotal roles as District Collector in Guna and Harda and Deputy Commissioner in Silchar. Notably, he spearheaded transformative initiatives such as the Mission Director of the National Health Mission in Madhya Pradesh. Moreover, Shri Vishwanathan's dedication to fostering sustainable urban developments and promoting tourism was noteworthy during his tenure as Commissioner of Municipal Corporation of Guwahati and later Managing Director of the Tourism Department. Please join me in welcoming Shri S. Vishwanathan. May I now call upon Dr. B. Swaminathan, Head School of Maritime Management, to felicitate Shri S. Vishwanathan.
It is my pleasure to introduce our first panelist, Mr. Ashil Sobri, who serves as an analyst at Port of Antwerp, Bruges. His expertise lies in market research, hinterland connectivity studies, and addressing supply chain related matters. Currently, Mr. Sobri is deeply engaged in pivotal projects including an inland waterway initiative in Guwahati, Assam, and a commercial master planning endeavor for a riverine port in Lumut, Malaysia. Prior to this, Mr. Sobri had also garnered valuable experience at Cargill as bulk transport coordinator. Within the framework of Port of Antwerp Bruges, he contributes significantly as a member of the regional team for the Indian subcontinent, focusing on fostering business development opportunities within the Indian and Vietnamese port sectors. Please join me in welcoming Mr. Ashil Sobri. May I now request Captain Ganeshan Veliyottam, Head School of Nautical Science, to please felicitate Mr. Ashil Sobri.
Thank you, sir. Now, moving on to the next panelist, Mr. Cohen Conley, Manager of Port Projects at Port of Antwerp Bruges and also lecturer at APEC. In his role, he oversees a diverse portfolio of projects spanning consultancy to investments with a focus of regions including India, Brazil, Asia, Northeast, and West Africa. Mr. Conley's expertise lies in advising terminal operators and port authorities in selection of optimal software solutions considering both technological advancements and operational efficiencies. He has also handled the JNPT APEC Foundation in Mumbai. Mr. Conley has served as a rollout engineer at PSA Antwerp, where he gained extensive experience in project management, software solutions, and providing training within the maritime industry. Let us give him a warm welcome. May I now request Professor Kishore to kindly felicitate our guest.
It's my honor to introduce our sole lady panelist of the day, Ms. Vinita Venkatesh, a distinguished figure in the realm of shipping, port, and ocean cargo logistics, boasting an impressive tenure of over 3 decades in the industry. Currently, serving as the Managing Director of Ocean to Door India Private Limited, Ms. Venkatesh's illustrious career includes key leadership roles at esteemed organizations such as Director of Krishnapatnam Port Container Terminal, Vice President at Samsara Shipping Private Limited, Head of Marketing at Chennai Container Terminal Limited, and Deputy General Manager in South India at Shipping Corporation of India Limited. In addition to her current professional engagements, Ms. Venkatesh is the founder of Popular Maritime, a reputable consultancy firm specializing in port shipping and logistics. She also serves as an advisor at Vishwa Samudra Shipment Services, a partner at Magic Hive Manpower Deployment Company, and a director at Popular Foundations Limited, Chennai. Beyond her professional endeavors, Ms. Venkatesh actively contributes to the industry through voluntary positions such as Secretary of the Association of Maritime International Commercial Interests and Expertise, and as a member of the Women's International Shipping and Trading Organization. Let us give her a warm welcome. May I call upon Mr. Enrasu Karunesan, Regional Director of IAPH, to felicitate her.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am. Now, moving on with our next panelist, Mr. Bal Subramanian, a distinguished individual whose career trajectory from banker to lawyer spans over 36 years in field of project financing, ports, shipping, and public-private partnerships. As Senior Director of Project Finance at a leading bank, he facilitated funds for prominent cooperative entities. Subsequently, his transition into corporate law allowed him to resolve disputes plaguing the port sector, where he now serves as a conciliator. In addition to his professional endeavors, Mr. Bal Subramaniam is actively involved in academia, teaching at prestigious institutions such as IIM Bangalore and the IELTS reforms, and serving the National Shipping Board and the CII. Please join me in welcoming Mr. Bal Subramaniam. May I now call upon Dr. Bhuvaneshwari, Deputy Registrar, to felicitate Mr. Bal Subramaniam. Now, we hand over the session to the moderator, Sri Vishwanathan. Over to you, sir.
Manuel. Nej, vad dåligt av den. Gör det? Sí. Ja. Hello.
Good afternoon to all of you. Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed panelists and distinguished guests. Welcome to today's session, Weathering the Storms, Cyclone Disaster Management Policies and Strategies. It's both an honor and privilege to moderate this critical discussion on a topic that holds immense significance for the sustainability of our ports. Cyclones, with their ferocious winds and torrential rains, pose a formidable challenge to coastal regions across the globe. And at the forefront of these challenges are our ports, the lifeline of trade, commerce, and economic prosperity. Ports serve as critical hubs for global trade, connecting nations, facilitating the movement of goods, and driving economic growth. Yet, they are also among the most vulnerable to the destructive forces of nature, especially cyclone. From history, we have talked about the 1998 cyclone of Kandla, Gujarat, which had an adverse impact on the trade and economic, port activities, damage to infrastructures, delays in handling of the cargo. As recently as you would remember the cyclone Migjam, which hit Chennai in the month of December 2023. Like ma'am just recently spelled out, the oil spill that has been noticed post the cyclone. And furthermore, the gas leak that was discussed about, and you would have read in the newspapers also. Cyclones, with their ability to wreak havoc on infrastructure, disrupt operations, and inflict significant economic losses. And it presents a clear threat to port operations. The economic losses incurred, the operational downtimes endured, and the infrastructure damaged, it's not only for the regional economy, it's for the entire country as well as the global trade. From delayed shipments and increased insurance costs to lost revenue and damaged reputation, the ripple effects of a disaster can be felt for months. If I can relate, during the cyclone, we could see that the terminal operations were halted for almost a week because the power supply that is coming to the port was disrupted for a week's time. So simultaneously, you will find that a lot of disturbances and disruptions happen, and a lot of cargo movement got delayed. And to get those cargo movement back on track, we took almost 2 to 3 months so that the entire cycle of operation of the shipping industry has to come back to normal. So disaster management poses a complex challenge. It requires a multifaceted approach towards mitigation, preparedness, response, and recovery after the event. So I would also like to recall that in the year 2005, the Indian government brought out the District Disaster Management Act, which was promulgated in 2006 January. So that section 11, if you look at it, it had two basic parts. One is on the part on how you look at basic plan and the framework, and part two on the disaster mitigation response and the function plans. So if you look at disaster, we can look at the pre-crisis period, surveillance, detection, warning alerts, and more importantly, training if what happens if a disaster occurs. Then during the crisis, protection, response, and situation management. Also the post-crisis, what do you learn from the disaster that has occurred? How you have recovered, how you have restored yourself, and how will you be able to learn what has gone wrong so that can be rectified for the future. So during the panel discussion, we aim to delve into deeper aspects of disaster management, get insights from the experiences and the past experiences, along with the best practices that we have taken. So I have a very rich panel along with me. We have Mr. Ashil Sobri, consultant of Port of Antwerp, Brugge. We have Mr. Koen Corneli, manager port projects. Ms. Vinita Venkatesh, MD Ocean to Door, and Mr. A. Balasubramaniam, who is the financial and legal consultant. Such a enormously rich panel. So, ma'am, I believe that the onus is not on me, it's on the panel to keep everybody awake. So, with this few words, let me now ask Mr. Ashil Sobri regarding the disaster management framework a port has to take into consideration, particularly on the policy framework they should adopt. So, from your experience, you can share to us.
Yes, thank you. Well, we've actually identified, or we describe our port area as a three-layered system. So at the base level, you have the operational domain, where you have the harbor master who is active, you have the police, you have fire brigade, you have the pilots, everybody that's working on the operations of the port. In the middle level, you have the economic domain, where we're talking about the shipping lines, the terminal operators, the trucking companies. And of course, on top, we have the political domain. There's everything regarding policies, that can be national, regional, EU level governments. So what we actually do at Port of Antwerp Bruges is to work together with all those levels, with all those layers, to come together predominantly before disaster happens, because we need to know each other, we need to know who are the parties involved when crisis struck. And from there, we try to cope with the challenges that we face. So it's not necessarily a policy, it's just a way of working together. And we're not doing basically risk analysis. We clearly come together to talk about possible crises and to see how we can learn from each other to tackle those.
Yeah, thank you. Because it's not a single agency like port. Port doesn't act as a single. They are dependent on the police, they're dependent on the coastal guards, they are dependent on the navy. And I can quote an example. The recent, when the cyclone Migjam happened, the worst part that was looked after by everybody was where is the pumps? Because there is a lot of waterlogging happening everywhere. And the first thing that everyone was looking was the pumps. Now, there should be a manual where it is located and who is the operator, how he can be contacted, and to ensure that the pumps can be functional throughout the year. Mm-hmm. So that's a very important point that you have brought into a point. And we also have a very supply chain specialist with us, Ms. Vinita Venkatesh. So I would like to ask you, in the cargo perspective, how do you perceive the unique challenges that these cyclone disasters pose?
Because there are all port people all around me. And if I say something wrong, I'm going to get shot at. Yeah, but I'd like to say that whatever are the disasters, whether they are natural or whether they are accidents, at the end of it, it's always the importer or the exporter who bears a lot of brunt because it's his future business. So, any amount of strategizing and planning that we do is never enough. If we consider the recent cases that we have had, whether you take the Baltimore incident, or you take the MSC Chitra, or you take the Express Pearl, which caught fire off Sri Lanka, everywhere when there's analysis, we are finally coming down to some non-compliance that has happened. So safety is so important. We have a lot of frameworks, but are they being followed? And the sad part is, like for one master of Dali, who despite having 2 power outages, decided, or he didn't do what would have normally been done. He didn't report it to the port authority, or he didn't even ask the pilots for excess tugs, right? At least 2 more tugs because he knows his vessel. So these kind of slip-ups that happen, at the end of it causes such a huge cascade of misfortunes, economic misfortunes, of entire disruption in the supply chain. Right? So when there's a cyclone, it's not about how fast I got my port up and running. Because the port could be up and running in say 48 hours, right? But the cascading effect of vessels getting delayed, let's say like an MSC Chitra, where the port was not functional for 6 days. For those 6 days, the number of vessels that had to wait outside, the disruption in the supply chain, and because of that, the disruption to the cargo. So let me give you an example of COVID, for example, right? So we have two basic kinds of cargoes that are going out of India. One are the manufactured cargoes and the other are the agricultural or the mineral cargoes, right? Now, in the case of the manufactured cargoes, the supply chain system is quite agile. So let's say that a Hyundai Motor Company is bringing in some cargo through Chennai. And if there is a cyclone and Chennai port is a little bit compromised at that time, then normally in the contracts that we as freight forwarders would have with the customers, we always have a plan B in place. So can we look at quickly diverting the gateway port to a Cochin? Yes, there will be an additional cost, but the system is prepared for it. So we are that way quite agile where the logistics is concerned. However, when you look at the other cargoes, which is the main bulk of cargoes in India, maize, rice, stone, minerals, those are all coming from inland locations. And when the cargo leaves the factory or the plant or the agricultural site, at that time, we don't know that there's going to be a cyclone, right? So the cargo is already on the way. It comes into a CFS, and then when there's a disaster, like let's say there's a COVID or there's a cyclone or tsunami, of course, is a very rare happening, and I hope it never happens again in Chennai. But at that time, the customer has no control. So whatever is the impact, whether there is no staff available in the CFS or whether the trucks are not able to go on the flooded roads, the entire cost comes back to the customer. Now, in this one case, which I'm mentioning, and because we are talking about ports, I'd like to say this. So in COVID, what happened is because of all the delays, the shipping lines were limiting the kind of bookings they took, right? So let's say you have rice shipments going to Vietnam. Now, we book the rice shipment comes to the Chennai CFS. At the CFS, there isn't enough labor. So it gets delayed to stuff. So it misses the cutoff of the ship, right? Now, what the CFS authorities do is, with the port cooperation, they push the cargo in. But the vessel does not load the cargo. So finally, who pays for it? Because the ship will charge the freight forwarder. The port, of course, always money down first, right? We have to always pay the port in advance. So finally, the brunt is of all the problems that happen, and the brunt of not getting paid comes on to the supply chain company. So it's really important that every safety process is followed, because it's not about the short-term impact on the infrastructure company, that is the port or the transporter, but the long-term impact on the shipping lines and on the importers and exporters.
Very well said, ma'am. And most particularly if they are perishable goods.
Right?
Right. That delay, and you don't have a proper power supply to support that, then your losses get multiplied.
Yeah, and one other small element, just to, since there are so many port people here, and to request you to understand the problems of the supply chain companies. See, what happens is, let's say I'm booking just one container, right, to Vietnam. Let's say it costs, the freight rate is not pay the freight forwarder, because he says, no, it was a delay, and I don't care if it's cyclone, it's force majeure, what can I do? By then, we already paid the port, because the port won't accept the cargo without the money. We already paid the shipping line, because the shipping line won't release the BL without the money, right? So for an outlay of $100 that I'm going to earn, I'm going to lose $1,000. And that's a lot of money.
Very interestingly put forth. Ma'am, we will come back to you again. Now we also have Mr. Kuhn Corneli. So I would like to ask you, given the complexity of the port operations, how do we ensure interoperability? And particularly, there are a lot of software platforms that are being integrated with. Like customs is having one software, ports is having another. in such a interoperability scenario, also with respect to cyber security also, how are we going to deal with this in a disaster environment?
Thank you.
Can you please check that?
Is it on?
Yeah, it's good.
Hello, yeah, okay. Good afternoon, everybody. I do believe talking about disaster management, crisis management, we can talk about weeks. So in a short time, what do we do in Port of Antwerp, Bruges International, or the environment Port of Antwerp, Bruges? Is to work on digital solutions that help us to prevent things when things go wrong. So implementing, for example, a digital twin, whereby we can make a digital copy of our port environment, using smart devices to capture information and predict things. So by having that digital twin, a digital copy of a port environment, Port of Antwerp, Bruges, we can evaluate, predict when things will go wrong. Next to that, if I take a practical example of a port in Africa, whereby we had oil spill, for example, we are there doing the Port Authority operations as Port of Antwerp, Bruges International, together with the Benin government. So we implemented procedures. We implemented as well practical material to cope with oil spills, for example. One day an oil spill happens, we have the procedures. We have the material, but unfortunately the people don't know how to handle. Okay, so the people didn't know how to handle the equipment and how to attack the oil spill. So skill development next to procedures is as well very important if you want to attack, if you want to be ready for disasters, crises and all. I was explaining we implemented a lot of intelligent devices within the port environment, like cameras, CCTVs, sensors, iNose to capture air quality, and so on. The problem or the challenge is with innovative solutions, very intelligent devices, you get vulnerable as well for cybersecurity. So please take into account as well, when you try to secure your port environment, not only on the physical way, but as well on the digital way, take cybersecurity into account. I don't have to give you examples. GMPA, for example, last year, in the beginning of last year, attacked by cyber criminals, operational loss, difficulties to get started again. Even the government of Antwerp was attacked by cybersecurity, and it has a lot of effects as well on the supply chain, on everything. So if you have an environment, if you want to try to protect your environment on a digital way, take cyber resilience as well into account. So that's the important thing I want to say on the technical way. And then on the operational way, luckily we in Belgium, we don't have that very rude climate. We know and we need to work with the climate change. Flooding in the Port of Antwerp can happen. So we are now renovating, or we renovated already the quay walls, hired them as well to protect ourselves against flooding in the whole port environment. So that's an important thing. Do water management as well. If you have too much water, for example, that you have systems whereby you can evacuate the water on a cost-effective and green way. We have central stations whereby we clean the water before it goes back to the nature. So the river Scheldt, for example. So that's also important when you implement things to protect yourself against crises and so on, that you do it on an effective way, but as well on an ecological way, because you are putting water back into the nature. So these are the things we are doing. I always use the word as well, or the sentence, it takes two to tango. You can't do it alone. You need to work with authorities together. So with the government, with the community, with the stakeholders, with the supply chain, shipping lines, and so on. So try to build up a community, sit together, and tackle the challenges together. And don't try to do it on your own. Okay.
Thank you. That was aptly put, but I would like, it is worth remembering that I believe Belgium gets very little cyclones, I believe. Whereas in India, the entire East Coast and Gujarat, we are always exposed to cyclones. So the level of preparedness for us also that much matters over here. Now, we also have Mr. Bala. He is a financial and legal consultant with us. He has done a lot of PPP projects to his credentials. So I would like to ask you, because after a disaster has occurred and the supply chain has disrupted, now there is a cost to the concessionaire also, and the financial instruments and the legal issues. Many a times it gets into arbitration. How are we going to deal with it, and how to ensure that there is a win-win to both of us?
Thank you. I don't know whether I'm too audible. Should I take up the mic? I'd like to answer this question in three parts. I'm a financial legal person, as I said.
So the first part is a lawyer's cap. Secretary Shipping morning said there's a difference between crisis and disaster. I'd like to add my bit based on my experience. In financial and legal parlance, a crisis is a risk. When it materializes, it becomes a disaster, right? So we should take both preventive measures and breakdown measures. Preventive measure is like machine before it breaks down, you have to do lubrication, etc. That's preventive. Breakdown is once it breaks down, what do you do? So disaster has to be also looked at. We need to prevent disasters. Now, that's next to impossible because many times it's God-made and many man-made events look like it's God-made, right? So very difficult. And especially when disaster strikes at you, our senses don't work at full capacity, depending on which side of the table we are sitting, right? First, contracts. Let me give you my experience as a banker, having lent to PPP projects. Without getting into the details of the project, which is commercially sensitive, I was a lender to a particular large port project. There was that's too well known, state is too well known, Gujarat, right? It's one of the first private ports to take off the ground. And the promoter was not a very normal person who always looked for ways and means to cut corners. The contract, what we learned, without getting really into details of the case, what we learned, suppose the project is constructed under construction phase. We need to anticipate this risk. So what we do is we build in a clause in the contract. In case there's a cyclone, disaster, something happens, there will be a cessation of construction and there'll be a loss. How do you apportion this risk between the person who has ordered the EPC contractor and the EPC contractor? Suppose I'm a port, I'm a private port. I ordered my machinery from China, and you know how law works in China, right? It's a very difficult question to answer. And if the Chinese equipment encounters a problem due to cyclone, the question comes, who bears the loss? So the contract should be able to specify who bears the loss under what circumstance. So the first contract should be enabling. Now, the contract has multiple phases. This is a case where I suffered because the project was under construction and the equipment supplier was China and he doesn't understand law. Indian people don't understand Chinese and we have a problem. And I'm an Indian. So we had to go to international courts to settle the matter. But the problem we found was that contract doesn't address these issues. Two, there's another case where I lent money to a project that was during the operation phase. There's a huge earthquake. Now, under the concession agreement, which the Deputy Chairman is talking about, the port authority insists on royalty payments. They say, go to hell, I don't care, I want my royalty. That's a very easy stance to take in life.
We always say that.
Yeah? I'm being very blunt about it. I understand the audience, but I'm very blunt about it. I had to face the issue. Because the contract is watertight. It's pay or walk out. No, that life is not as simple. You can't have binary solutions, black or white or get out. Either my way or get into highway. That's not. But that's how the contracts are written. So we had to argue to the port authority, tell them, look, it is an uncountable factor, force majeure. So the royalty payment should be deferred, or should be, depending on in that particular case, the earthquake impact was so much that royalty payment need not be punished, had to be waived. So we had to rewrite the contract, right? We had to go up to Supreme Court to get that done. So the next lesson is that when it is a going concern, the project is ready, all the payments, especially to the government authorities, which government authorities don't want to budge, you need to put a clause that in case of a calamity, we'll sort of defer it. If the problem is temporary, but if the problem is not going to be temporary, we'll have to sort of waive it. The third issue is the lending contract. Now, as a lender, I lend. So I'm talking about three contracts. One, project contract, which is EPC contract. Two, during the operation phase, the contract concession agreement, where the concessionaire, that is a private investor, has to pay royalty or revenue share to the port authority. That has to be put in. Third, the financier, banker has to be paid interest. Banker is also bad, right? He withdraws umbrella, especially when we need it, right? I belong to the bankers tribe then, correct? So we are not willing to bear the risk. Now, there had to be a clause in there. Now, the problem I had, if I am the lender, if I waive the interest out of compassion, my board will question me, saying that it is not above the board practice, but it's below the board practice. You're doing it unilaterally. It's a corporate governance issue, right? So I can't do it out of compassion. Even my board of directors can't waive it. So we had to insert clauses in our lending contracts, and we have to define. And when you define it, the devil lies in the details. How do you define all those things? You don't know what is a calamity. When you don't know a problem, how do you define it in law? So we need to find some clauses which made a very broad definition of calamity. And depending on the duration of the calamity, the remedies are worked out. So the first lesson is contracts should be able to anticipate and provide for it. Of course, you can't provide everything in contract, but this is what man can do. The second layer of protection you have in disaster is insurance. Insurance is what you claim. Now, very often, again, in an effort to cut costs, without our knowledge, sometimes the borrower takes an insurance contract which doesn't cover all the risks. To deviate slightly simply, there's a project in Maharashtra. It is not a directly port project, it's called Vain Ganga. I was a senior lender to the project, and I was forcing my way to tell the borrower, please insure it against floods. He said, no, sir, floods are not common here, right? And finally, the D-Day happened. There was a floods and the road and the bridge got washed away. Now he says, what can I do? I said, I told you that. He said, fine, you told me that you didn't give me in writing, right? That's a type of philosophy we have here. So the point I'm saying is that insurance, which means insurance has to cover all risks. And insurers are very clear. They don't want to take risk for which you're not paid premium. So insurance cover has to be adequate. It has to anticipate, etc. And in fact, in one clause, we had to also negotiate for what is called loss of profits during that insurance time, during that calamity time. Because when you have a calamity, you can't do business. When you can't do business, you don't generate revenue. We don't generate revenue, there is no profit. And who will compensate the loss of profits? So cover had to be done. Now, I had covered about insurance and contracts. The third one, before I get to the third one.
In fact, to add to your contracts point, I will tell you, whenever we join in any port sector, the first point they tell you is that beware of 3 C's. The 3 C's are, first is the CBI, second is the CVC.
I'm going to come to it.
And the third is the CAG.
Correct. I'm going to come to it.
So contract writing is very crucial in this angle.
Yeah, I'm going to cut it, yes. So third one, before I actually get to the third one, please don't stay comfortable in life thinking that you insured it. I have put a contract. Sorry. As a banker, I have suffered terribly. There's one particular port. I don't want to name the port, a public port authority. He was not my counterparty. He had insured a particular equipment. But what happened? There's a cyclone. And the crane got damaged. The port authority was very, very happy. We have already insured. The devil lies in the details. In insurance contracts, there's something called contract of oberime fide, contract of utmost good faith, right? Which means the insurer expects you to exercise full faith, which means you must take care of the equipment as though you're not insured. What has happened? The port authority did not have proper standard operating plan, SOP. So the insurer found out the fault. Yes, there was a cyclone, but had you followed your procedures, the damage would not have been so high. So I can't give you insurance, although it is covered, because it is due to your malperformance, right? So this you will have to understand, just taking insurance and keeping quiet is not all right. And another issue which comes up, again, I'm trying to avoid names because it will create unnecessary flutter. Big names in corporate, right? Very big name, too big name. We think that big corporates don't make mistakes, but unfortunately they make very silly mistakes. What happened was that he had that particular big guy of India thought he was all powerful. He had put a contract which was completely one-sided. He put all the risk on the EPC guy. Hey, I am the biggest guy. Yeah? You have to give me a contract. It's a privilege for you to work under me. So all the contract was one-sided. But we know what happened. When actually the calamity happened and we wanted to transfer the risk to the EPC guy, that guy was not have the competence to meet it. There's no point in having a good contract if the counterparty doesn't have the competence to meet it. You must do a balance sheet analysis of the contractor. I mean, the person who undertakes, right? On fine day when you raise the arms, you find he's bankrupt or he doesn't have the resources. So it's a big firm. They should know it. The counterparty risk is very important. There are firms where insurance firms have gone bankrupt. Now, insurance firm reinsure. You have to make sure that the reinsurance is proper. So what I'm saying is don't rely only on documents, also look behind the persons. The last but not the least is P&I clubs. Vanitha will be able to throw a better light on that. You see, when you talk, I was only talking about port, land side. The biggest calamities lie on the water side. The world has not still forgotten the 1989 episode where Exxon, that Valor's ship, got into problem, huge oil spill. Now, what happens in those things? There can be an oil spill, right? Technically, in India, we have this problem, though we are not very, very blind and deaf to it. There is a term called conservator, Indian ports. The word conservancy means you are in charge of the conservancy. The old Section 7 of the Indian Port Act says, any person can become a conservator, which means you can be an individual, you can be an institution. So that's where the lies the danger. You have so many private firms in this country, private limited firms in this country, who are declared as a conservator by state governments. What happens if what are this thing? All these SPVs are thinly capitalized. They won't put more money than what is commercially profitable. And there's a huge calamity. They don't have money. No, when you privatize beyond a point, there are certain functions which cannot be left to private people. So that's one risk which you run on this when you privatize conservancy, but at least you make sure it's not wrong per se to privatize, but make sure that the conservator has got the financial resources. Next one, for a brief time, I was working with Madam under VC as a National Shipping Board member, right? We were in the process of reviewing Merchant Shipping Act and giving recommendations to the government. Some of the gaping holes we found in the Merchant Shipping Act is that all the disasters look only at ships, not about the ports. The ports just take the orders from the shipping firms, but look, it's fine to depend on the wisdom of shipping firms, but the problem lies in your backyard. You can't seek consultancy help from neighbor when the snakes are in your backyard, right? So we found ports did not have, and more important, ports did not have the statutory teeth to interfere in a calamity. It was only the shippings all the way. That's one. So we need to also look at that aspect. Port should have that. The last one is that there can be vessel accidents. It happened in Mumbai harbor. Two vessels collided with each other. There was standstill traffic for 40-60 days. The container hub of the country is Mumbai. What do you do with the trade, as Vinita mentioned? Or what do you do with the shipping firms? The whole country trade comes to a grinding halt. What happens to exports, import? So we need to find ways whether we can insure all that. And there's a famous principle called polluter pays principle in law. That means whoever pollutes. Now that's very easy. It takes years to find out who is wrong, right? So what the P&A clubs, one of the important things we should do is that we should ensure that there are P&A clubs in each country, that all the shipping firms become members of the P&A club. It's adequately capitalized. So when a disaster happens, it's like an internal insurance. It's a self-insurance. So all the shipping firm put money to that. So when a calamity happens, that's met. For example, Exxon case, $1 billion was paid in 1989. In 2010, when British Petroleum gas tank, it was $2 billion. It was paid by P&I. Now, if you ask the insurer to pay, you'll go bankrupt. So what I'm saying, don't depend only on insurance, external, insure yourself. I think I can go on. I stop for the sake of brevity. I think brevity has already been exported. Thank you.
With very good authority and very important points have been brought
With
in.
regard to the insurance part, I want to object to your statement where you said that the forwarder is not taking sufficient insurance. I take strong objection to that because you see the forwarder does whatever the exporter or the importer is willing to pay, right? So the forwarder can keep taking more and more insurance if the importer or exporter is willing to pay. Now, insurance again has a cost element. So now, for example, let's say I am a supplier who's supplying t-shirts to JCPenney, or I'm supplying buttons to Walmart, right? I can insure every risk, but that will increase my cost, which means that my competitor in Thailand is the one who's going to get the contract from JCPenney, not me. So I just want to put the commercial angle. I agree that yes, the safest thing is to cover all risk, but it's not always possible to cover all risk because there's a cost element.
So since it's lunch, post-lunch, there is light, but there also throw some heat, right? That's my job. I'll throw some heat into that with the due regards to Vinita. Yes, I agree. Completely, this is a commercial angle, correct? But nothing in life is a zero-sum game, right? Do you agree? Somebody down the line has to pay the bill, right? You can't roll down the can, look, I am not getting panga with you. I'm just saying that.
But Mr.
So who pays that? So in my opinion, disaster initially falls on the entity. If it is not addressed, it falls on the nation. The question is whether you pay it or I pay it. Finally, it is not a free lunch. So disaster will be taken care of now. Whether forwarder should take because he's not being paid. No, the problem there is that the forwarder has what I call in law equity, that he's not paid. But the problem is disaster doesn't look at equity. Disaster is an impersonal animal. It will fall on us. We need to be prepared for it. Thank you.
So somebody or the other is paying, but one person who's definitely not paying and making money is the lawyer, sir.
Yeah, if you people are united, how do we make money? I've been a banker once and I became a lawyer only because of that. Because I found as a banker, my upside was limited. But as a lawyer, my upside is unlimited because people fight for all petty reasons. That's why I became lawyer. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Now, just for the concluding remarks, I would like to ask Mr. Ashil, that what are the long-term strategies that you would look at for any company or any organization to ensure that they learn from the disaster and then they move forward and they reduce the risk in the future? Yeah. You can use this one.
Thank you. Well, there's actually an interesting question because in Antwerp, we always try to anticipate disaster, so we try to prepare ourselves. That's actually the first phase where we focus on. And the second phase, of course, when disaster happens, you try to cope with what is going on. You work together in the hope that you can find a solution as quickly as possible. And of course, the third phase is learning from our mistakes. But I think this maybe relates a bit to what our colleague Ballas was discussing. In the third phase, you have to adapt, so you have to learn, but that also means that you have to be honest about making a mistake, which then comes, or which then crosses to litigation. Whenever you admit to a certain mistake, that can of course lead to a different party saying, "Oh, we're going to sue you because you are the reason why we are having economic, why we're losing money." Sorry. So in that case, and I think our harbor master, he will be seeing a small interview of our harbor master in the next panel discussion. He will talk a bit more on that. That is still for Port of Antwerp Bruges difficult to learn from our mistakes and to see how we can use or avoid litigation coming in when we are openly discussing problems.
Yeah, thank you. Now, if there are any queries or discussion points, deliberations, it is more welcome, please. You can address your question to any of the panelists, and the gentleman on the left, please.
Thank you, sir. Wonderful panel discussion. My question is to the gentleman from Belgium, sir.
Yeah, Mr. Ashir.
Yeah, Mr. Cohen.
Oh, Mr. Cohen.
Yeah. Sir, we are venturing into emerging technologies and seaport security management, and your country is one of the best. They're doing very well in the emerging technologies implementation at a seaport, both from the physical security point and also digital security point. I'm very much interested to know, I'm sure audience also interested to know, from the emerging technologies point of view, your implementation and integration into port security management. My question to you, sir, in our country, our problem is not the mindset. Mindset changed for good things. Our problem is keeping data sets in track. Without a data set, you can't apply artificial intelligence or any predictive things that will, to predict before a disaster or a crisis happens, or a crisis turning into disaster. So can you throw some light on, how can we avoid that situation? Because to keep the data sets intact is the first step for any digitalization to happen. That's one challenge from our point of view, sir. Second thing is about IoT, 5G, big data integration. My specific question is metaverse. South Korea started metaverse, a ministry for metaverse. There's a ministry for metaverse. What's happening on the metaverse front from your port side, Antwerp port side, sir? Thank you. Dr. Ramesh Kannaganti, Center for Human Security Studies.
Thank you. Thank you. Two interesting questions on the second one, but let me first focus on the first one. Data. Data, we always say, and rubbish in is rubbish out. So when you work with data platforms, you have to have accurate data to work with. What we do for our port environment, so the capturing devices, they capture data and it's stored on a platform. That's one thing. So that's to be able to build that digital twin of our port environment. That's rather easily. Next to that, we need to reuse that data to try to, how you say it, when things go wrong, so you need to have models, for example, whereby you can foresee when things go wrong. For example, 2 lock door systems broke down, for example, what is the impact on the port environment, port operations, and so on. So we have a team of specialists internally in Port of Antwerp, and together with Nexport Antwerp, a data sharing platform in Antwerp, that we use to collect the data and reuse data to simulate things and so on. So that's one thing. Towards that metaverse platform, we are using Nexport and Nexport International, for example. Nexport is to do it within the community of Port of Antwerp. And there the biggest challenge is that people don't want to share data. So big port operators like PSA, the big players in Port of Antwerp, DP World, Euroports, Katuna, they are not so keen to share data. In the beginning, we were thinking, okay, let's start by sharing data on a secure-based way. And nowadays, we are more evolving to access management sharing. So not that data sharing anymore, but more be a platform within the community whereby we go into arrange that access management. So that's on the metaverse thing we are doing. Why are we doing that? Because a lot of companies within the chemical cluster, for example, it's for mostly focused on the chemical cluster nowadays. The second large worldwide, after Houston, Antwerp is the biggest chemical cluster, and then Singapore. We work together with specific companies like Vopak, for example, whereby that access sharing platform is built up in Antwerp and can be easily copied worldwide on the VOCA platforms. What's the advantage? Third parties can easily design APIs to that platform and copy those APIs towards those other platforms as well, so they can make money of it. So on that data sharing, it's more access management sharing. On the correctness of data, it's a challenge. I know we are now implementing, for example, a maritime single window platform in Africa. And there as well, we have the challenge to have where do you need to get the correct data to make, for example, correct file documentation and to have the correct information at the right time. So that's a challenge, and I do believe it's now a challenge, and it will be a challenge in future-wise as well. So artificial intelligence can help us with that by models, by predicting and reusing things. For example, in the financial world, they are using that already. And even for cyber attacks, you can use that artificial intelligence as well. Why are we doing those things? One, we want to make the community more transparent and more secure, more transparent for the whole environment. But next to that, regarding risks and disruptions that we have, if you have a huge, efficient port platform, then you get other players who come to your port environment and try to import some bad things as well on your platform. So in the ports, Le Havre, Rotterdam, Antwerp, Hamburg, we have now already 2 years another big issue, and that's, for example, the transportation of that specific white powder, cocaine, that's coming through our port environments. But it's really an issue because, one, it's on security matters. It's an issue for the port environment, but as well for the community behind it. So what do we do? Once again, together with the community, we implemented now a product called CPU, Certified Pickup, whereby we close the whole circle when importing containers towards our port environment. So we oblige as well the whole community to use that CPU, and nowadays we are 100% sure which truck driver, which truck, for which company, for which line the container came out of our port environment. Next to that, to secure our environment, we implemented as well a whole drone network. So we are not only responsible for the vertical and the horizontal, the horizontal layer, but now in a third dimension as well. So the air above, the air area above the Port of Antwerp is under our authority as well. So we are the authority of the air, area above the Port of Antwerp. So that data, for example, capturing via intelligent devices will be stored on our platforms and can be used. So that's one thing. Why do we do that? Because those smart guys who want to import cocaine as well, use as well drones to get information of your port environment. So we need to be able to protect our environment as well, above vertical, horizontally as such. So to come back on data collection, it's more on data sharing or access management sharing that we are working nowadays. And on that Meta platform or bigger platforms, we work with Nexport International, for example, to work it out like that. Yeah. Okay.
Thank you. Thank you. I think we have one last question this time. So it was a wonderful discussion. Thanks to all the panelists. In fact, I always believe that when disasters can't be avoided, but the way we can adapt ourselves, tune ourselves to ensure that once disaster comes, how we face it. I would like to tell that two states in India, particularly Orissa as well as Assam, they have wonderful disaster management models. Even though the number of cyclones that hit Orissa and the number of times the Brahmaputra floods every year in the Northeast. In fact, I served in Northeast for almost 8 years. So during the time, my first entry into Assam, I'm finding that I entered in June, that is a peak time for floods. I found that there is floods and I'm trying to go to the concerned area to see how the people are reacting to move them into safety. But to the beauty of it, the people, once the water level risen, automatically they have a system of identified high level locations. So people move to that locations, and most of the time, wherever their houses are, their properties and other things, there is a safeguard, there is a safety system, there is a community ownership. When this comes, how we will relate to it. When we go to the high level areas, then post flood, how we come back, what is the government machinery that will be responding to it, be it utensils, be it clothes, or be it other funds, support system, everything has been set tuned. So in that way, if you look at it, even though disaster come, the way we are prepared to it, we will be able to tackle it much better. So I thank all the panelists for your deliberations. In fact, I became wise after the discussions. Thank you, Anand.
Can I still add one thing? Most important as well, you have the major ports, you have the ports environment here in and I call it a huge continent, India. A lot of beautiful ports, still opportunities or challenges to cope. But learn from each other, work together on challenges. Don't do it on your own. I think the same principle needs to be followed with the European ports. Instead of working separately, is by coming together, share knowledge, share experience, and learn from each other. If you want to come to Belgium, please, you're all welcome to visit our beautiful port environment, Antwerp, Bruges. Come to an epic training course or something like that. So, but learn from each other and do it on that way. Okay?
That's apt to sum up. Thank you, one and all. Thank you for a patient hearing.
Before concluding the panel discussion one, as a token of appreciation, IMU would like to present each speaker with a memento. And may I call upon our Vice Chancellor and Director to kindly do the honors. Our moderator, Shri S. Viswanathan, Deputy Chairperson of Chennai Port Authority. Mr. Ashil Sobri, Analyst at Port of Antwerp's Bruges. Mr. Cohen Connolly, Manager of Port Projects at Port of Antwerp Bruges. Ms. Vinita Venkatesh, Managing Director of Ocean to Door Private Limited. Mr. Balasubramanian, Financial and Legal Consultant.
Beard man.
Thank you, sirs. Thank you, ma'am. With that, the panel discussion on weathering the storm concludes. The panel discussion 2 will commence after a 15 minutes tea break. We request the audience to kindly rejoin us after the tea break. The dignitaries may proceed to the seminar hall for tea and refreshments. Thank you. I request the students to kindly disperse through the main entrance. And please assemble back in 15 minutes. Thank you.
Hello.
Mr. Enrisu Karunesan. May I request Captain Vishwanathan, Associate Professor, School of Nautical Science, to felicitate him.
Thank you, sirs. Moving further, may I now introduce Mr. Victor Shea, currently serving as the Strategy and Communications Director at IAPH. He has a rich background in maritime and logistic industry. His journey with IAPH began in 2018, initially as the communications partner for the esteemed World Port Sustainability Program. His current role, Mr. Shea holds a wide range of responsibilities, including coordinating internal membership and external communication for IAPH, managing media relations, organizing the World Port Conference, and leading membership outreach efforts. He actively engages in collaborative initiatives and partnership projects in the notable NGOs such as IMO, UNCTAD, World Bank, WCO, and International Chamber of Shipping. Mr. Shea's career in the industry spans multiple roles that includes serving as logistic manager in the UK, Iberian ports and logistic operations in Spain, and as an European business unit manager in Belgium. Mr. Shea also worked as a global PR and communications executive at Safmarine Container Lines, a subsidiary of Maersk. After a decade in this role, he established his own communication agency, providing counsel to various stakeholders in the maritime industry. Let us give him a warm welcome. May I call upon Dr. M. Shekhar to felicitate Mr. Victor Shea.
Moving on, it's my privilege to introduce Mr. P. Ravindran, a highly accomplished senior IATS officer whose illustrious career spans over 34 years. Throughout his distinguished career, Mr. Ravindran has held key leadership positions in various organizations, including Principal Chief Commercial Manager at Southern Railway, Chairman of Chennai Port Authority, and Chairman and Managing Director of Kamarajar Port Limited and Setu Samudram Corporation Limited. Mr. Ravindran has been recognized through numerous accolades, including the 43rd Railway Week National Awards for Outstanding Services, Best Performance for Freight Loading, among many others. He has also contributed significantly to the field through research by publishing an article on multimodal cargo transport in India, challenges in coastal shipping. Please join me in extending a warm welcome to Mr. P. Ravindran. May I request Mr. Prasanna Kumar, Associate Professor, School of Marine Engineering and Technology, to felicitate him.
Thank you, sir. Now, moving on to the next panelist, Dr. Surya Prakash, a distinguished scholar with a doctorate in environmental and engineering earth science, specializing in disaster management. Currently serving as a professor and head of the Geometeorological Risk Management Division and head of the CBRN, Industrial and Cyber DRR Division. Dr. Prakash made a significant contribution as a team leader for the World Center of Excellence on Landslides Disaster Reduction and coordinator for the Center of Excellence on Public Health Emergencies and Disaster Management at NIDM. Additionally, he holds pivotal roles as a faculty in charge of specialized centers and as a team leader of international projects under International Program on Landslides at NIDM. Dr. Prakash's expertise extends to various domains, including climate and geohazard risk management, seismic design and construction, and disaster risk management and insurance. Few of the prestigious awards accorded to Dr. Prakash includes Scotch Order of Merit Award and the first Public Health Emergency Management Award. His academic pursuits are reflected in over 150 publications as papers, books, reports, and articles. Let us give him a warm welcome. May I now call upon Dr. Emil Matthew, Professor of SMM, to felicitate Dr. Surya Prakash.
Last but not the least panelist of the day, Major Ashish Mishra, retired, General Manager of Human Resources at Gujarat Maritime Board. He also holds responsibilities as Director of Alang Labour Training and Welfare Institute and General Manager at Gujarat Ports and Infrastructure Development Limited. With over 7 years of dedicated service in the Indian Army Corps of Signals, Major Mishra brings invaluable leadership experience gained from active field assignments in challenging regions such as Nagaland and Jammu and Kashmir. He has held corporate positions in renowned banking and insurance companies. Beyond his professional accomplishments, Major Mishra's dedication to service is evident through his commendable achievements that includes 2 medals. One was for active participation in operations in militant affected areas, and the other was raising a new army base at a remote location. Please join me in extending a warm welcome to Major Ashish Mishra. May I request Dr. Tangalakshmi, Faculty of School of Engineering and Technology, to felicitate him. I now hand over the session to the moderator, Mr. Enrisu Karunesan.
At the outset, I thank Madam Vice Chancellor Dr. Malini Shankar for taking time and being with us since morning. Whenever I come here, I get vibrancy. And this madam has brought vibrant IMU since last 3.5 years. Let us give a big round of applause to her. Transforming today's event from local to regional to national to today, it's become an international event. Another big round of applause to her. Why I say here, I've been visiting this institute since 1990. I had privilege of working with Dr. Swaminathan, a lot of faculties here. But this time I'm more related. Why? Because the transformation which is happening, which is phenomenon, the way how things are changing, IMU is changing to the industry requirements. Yes, I have been in the industry for more than 35 years. But this time, I find that the students, all of you, taking her leadership advantages for building your career. That is what is happening today. And I'll have to compliment my fellow colleague, Mr. Victor Sheikh, who has all the way traveled from Belgium to India and to Chennai. Let us give very good round of applause to him. And he had only few hours of sleep since last 1 week. 3-4 hours only he slept. It so happens to me as well. Because he is a global person, traveled from continent to continent. But despite, there is one word which has gone from IMU, Madam Vice Chancellor, Pro Vice Chancellor, that somehow we will make it here. And that is where today all of you, they enjoyed the fruits of IAPH and IMU today. That is the first of its kind in the history of IMU. And 26th of April has marked as an International Conference Day. I think, ma'am, you have triggered the minds, you ignite the minds of IMU and truly international. And this will go as an international series. I can guarantee you that our connections, our network, we will bring the globe into IMU. And I think you only have to command what you need, and that will be done from industry sides. That I will give you assurance. Why? Because I think in a month, 3-4 events happens. Only you are just giving, yes, this should happen. And that is happening today. I think that's where we are truly gifted. I would say the IMU is gifted today. I think that's changes. And I have fellow colleagues, former chairperson, Mr. P. Ravindran. I had very close interaction with him. I enjoyed working more than a decade. The person who has come from the railways, but he transformed the port industry to the next level. The rail coefficient only can make the difference in the industry. Thank you, Ravindran sir, being with me as a panelist. And I have Dr. Surya Prakash, who is all the way traveled from Delhi, National Management, which is the #1 organization for the country. Whatever we talk, the execution is being done by him. And that his expertise, the experience definitely is going to give the eye-opener for not only for the industry as well as the students of you. Thank you so much, Dr. Surya Prakash sir. Another fellow panelist, Major Ashish Misra ji. Thank you so much, travel from Gujarat. And you are holding the position of Alang Shipbuilding, which is second largest in the world. More than 30,000 workforce, which is not small. And that too unorganized workforce that is being organized under his leadership. And that's phenomenal leadership. Thank you, Major Ashish Misra ji. Mr. Padisa Venkatesapati, all the way you are here with us, and Dr. Professor and our beloved Rear Admiral Amit Bose ji. I think last more than a month, I have been interacting with him day and night. Without him, this would not have happened to this level. Let us give very big round of applause. Support Puneshwari Madam, Dr. Swaminathan, all the faculties, Lekha Madam. I think I can name. Sorry, I can't take much of your time. Yeah, the time started. I just wanted to, my topic is navigating towards resilient. I think the previous one talking about the disaster. Resilience is definitely the need of the hour for the country as well as for the globe. Before getting into the resilient, I just wanted to give you only one slide of what really the IAPH. It's a NGO, non-profit organization. 1955. We are in the journey, 75 years of journey, and this is making a remarkable journey. Today, India has taken the advantage of IAPH, and which is connecting the globe into India and taking India into the next level and IMU to the next level. I think that's where, thank you so much, Victor, witnessing this, and you are become part of India's family. I would say that you have to come often. It's not only one time visit, and you have to come here every time. IAPH work for World Bank, World Customs, Global Economic Forum, and IAPH represent IMO and all global forum. And mainly why? Because the risk and resilience, data collaboration, and climate energy, these are the three pillars. It's a common for the entire world, all the ports. These are all the three pillars we are talking about. And that's where the IAPH today stands here, the port endeavor game, the resilience, and today what we are going to talk about. And before getting into the resilient, let's see what really is happening. Why there is a resilient is the topic which is the need of the hour for the globe. We have seen 2020 COVID attack, 2021 Suez blockage, ever given has thrown the system out of gear. 2022 gone with Ukraine conflict, and 2023 Panama drought, and 2024 now seen with Red Sea crisis. I think this is where the resilience has to be the buzzword for the ports as well as for the globe. This is what we are really what? The external disruptions which is going to impact the entire supply chain. Ultimately, it comes to the port. That's where the ports have to be geared up to meet how to be resilient, how the economic functions, the logistics functions, the industrial functions go seamlessly. Even if there is a disruptions, how quickly we bring back the normalcy within the available resources. I think that is what we really wanted to get it from all my learned experts of this today's session. You all know that COVID-19 crisis 2020 has thrown the system out of gear. People movement restricted, factories were closed, and economic activities shuttered, ships underutilized, ports slowed down, and ships skipped calling the ports. And also suddenly, again, when the recovery starts, relax, factories reopen, panic buying, container scarcity, lot of cascading effects. I think that's where the preparedness is need for the entire trade and especially for the port industry. Look at here in terms of the next one is the Suez Canal ever given truly has made major impact, even though it was only something a 10 days impact, but this has taken a lot of efforts towards that the 400-meter ship has blocked the entire Suez and disruption to the entire globe. Somewhere the disruption starts, the globe gets the disruptions. The resilient has to be there in place. That's the kind of thing which really we seen. 2020 has Ukraine conflict. Yes, each one has different dimensions. One is accident, the previous one was pandemic, or this is something war. This has created another havoc in the system. Shipping lines stopped cargo acceptance. Insurance costs went up. And energy and agri-products prices went up. Europe faced record inflations. Somewhere, some impact and creates another cascading effects in the globe. Panama Canal drought. I think no one would have dreamt in the shipping industry. This has thrown a lot of issues, the disruption to the global system. Ships were more than 38 ships per day was passing through has come down to 24. Loss of more than $500 million to the authorities. Traffic has been switched over. And the global trade has put into strained way of handling. Red Sea crisis. You all know that the Red Sea crisis has created impact the entire supply chain, long haul ports, long delays. You know that delays cost means the logistics, the delay has compounded with the cost. And that's where today the freight rates have gone up again. Shipping frequencies has disrupted. And US East Coast cargo diverted to Pacific. So these are all certain impacts which is causing the externals. But how it is causing to the internals of the port? When you look at very carefully, Madam Vinita was mentioning about 2010 MSC Chitra. One incident in Mumbai Harbor, collision between the ships, and one side, the entire disruption has happened in JNPA, but I have seen from the other side of the coin, Mundra opened up. Mundra gained the advantage. Mundra has become today the port of the India. Yes, one side, you are not prepared, the competition has taken the other side, which is what today has become, the entire ships were diverted to Mundra. And Mundra was prepared. They were prepared to accept those diversion. And that has changed the gear of India's EXIM trade. So the third aspect, when I've seen that in 2015, one accident in Tianjin, 200 people were died, $20 billion ammonium nitrate. I think those who are in the port industry knows. 2015 incidents and 2017 incidents, we had a lot of accidents were happening. This preparedness was not there. We were not ready to see that in the lens of microscope. And that is where today we are into the situation. And 2023, we have seen with quite a lot of changes, cyber attack. I think that's the technological disaster which is happening. Strike, I think we had a lot of strike situation in Indian climate, Indian system. When there is a strike, there is a surcharge, there is a cost. So these are all certain more practical things which we have gone through. Accidents, incidents, cyber attack, flood, tsunami effect. I think 2006, 2004, we had tsunami. Chennai ports, hip deep water. Containers were floating in the ocean. And we were not prepared. And how to recover the port within the 24 hours was a Herculean task. I was a CEO, but we could put back the operations with the clear disaster management plan, which was available to P&O ports. That's where we are able to come out. Why I say this is what the resilient is towards. One is at the externals and the neighborhood where the ports, but all ends up in the port. And port is how to be prepared. And that's what today, which we are going to take it, the crisis impacts all and creates a different system, the cargo owners, the trade facilitation, the governments, the consumers, nearshoring. I think the Austrians last time during the story, we were talking about nearshoring, like Mexico is the one exporting more. That means not the China, which is China goods are imported in US. That's the nearshoring is going to create an impact. So a lot of economical impacts is what it is happening, the disasters. Buffer stocks, alternative transport modes, and supply chain, investing in supply chain. I think these are all the things. I thought that this would be the ideal platform for the students community, and this would be useful to you to have a think tank, and also the eminent speakers here, they will throw open lot and lot their practical experiences. I think that will be the learning lesson for all of us. With this, I have a crisp, a small presentation. I think it is going to be screened now. This is actually Harbor Master of Port of Antwerp, which is the resilient, true resilient, how the preparedness of the Port of Antwerp as the classic case study. And I think this would be the eye-opener for the entire globe. Thanks to IAPH, thanks to Port of Antwerp sharing this presentation. Over to you. Thank you so much.
I'm Niels van Laar. I'm Harbour Master of the Port of Antwerp Bruges. Being Harbour Master means I'm responsible for everything that's safety and security. Before that, I was Business Continuity Manager for the Port of Antwerp for the last 3 years. And further down the road, I've been sailing and I've been working as a health and safety manager for a larger shipping company. We became fully aware of, with COVID, and also all the other things that happened afterwards. Take what happened in the Ukraine, take what happened also in Canada. We had a few things, one after the other. There was a forest fires, followed by tremendous floods, followed by another drought, and etc. So the thing is, what we see, we can't predict things anymore. We used to be able to predict more or less what would be likely to happen to our port. But today, it's impossible. Everything changes. It's because everything is so interconnected. Whatever happens in Antwerp will have its effect in Rotterdam, in Hamburg, but also in the ports that supply us, also in the ports in Africa, in Asia, in the Americas. So making predictions is very difficult. And that's where we wanted to set up a system based on known risks, and there we use this first infograph, which is kind of a risk inventory, but at the same time realizing that whatever you see here, and that's a difficult message to bring, you have to bring a kind of inventory, and at the same time you have to say, well, but know that there's more on the menu than what you get here, and there might be combinations on this menu which you're not going to like. That's what we try to express with this first infograph. Port disruptions, we know from research, we know that there are three main reasons. First of all, natural disasters, earthquakes, hurricanes, the likes of those. Two, man-made things, strikes. A strike, you can really stop a port by organizing a strike. I think all port members are very much aware of that. The one thing we are scared of is people going on strike in critical positions. Pilots, dockers, etc. Hugely costly, and everything stops. The third one are navigational incidents. Think of the Ever Given, but there are many more, though. There was one in Mumbai. There are many more things that can happen, which can really block your roads, your main gateway into the port. Those are the three main ones. But then there is a vast array of other things. Unexploded ordnances, pandemics. They were on that inventory, which goes back to 2010, by the way, but we simply missed it as a port. Sabotage. Let's not forget about the criminal acts, but also sometimes very stupid things like the weather, drought, or too much wind, or too much rain. Also risks of our access roads, our hinterland. There is a case in Australia where a port was blocked, not because the port was blocked, but because the railway system behind it was completely flooded away. So no trains could reach the port, so nothing could get out of the port anymore. So you see, there is a vast array of things that can go wrong. And those things, you must have an idea. I don't really think it's necessary to calculate them and really to go what I just mentioned, to risk assessment, or whether it's a score 20 or 19, really, it doesn't matter. What does matter is that we are aware, okay, here in Antwerp, this is the main area of risks. Always keeping in the back of our head, there might be others. And I think that's the right approach. That's also why I don't like to speak about risk management, but about resilience, which goes that layer deeper, which goes into that being aware that many things can go wrong, which A, you can't predict, and B, you might not even be able to do something about, but you will have to manage one way or the other to keep your port going. When you have a birthday party, for example, and you invite a few people from work and a few people from your tennis or your football club and a few people from here and there and everywhere, your neighbors, they might stick together in their little groups, but once they start interacting, magic is coming, because then new ideas pop up. In that same spirit, I know this is a bit fuzzy, all of this, but in that same spirit, we have developed this 3-layered system where we say, okay, there is the operational area where all the operational people meet each other, the agencies, the pilots, the boatmen, the tugboats, the harbor master. And we do meet and we have our interactions and we try to keep that port going. But know that there is a layer above the economical layer of the shipping companies. They might be far away. Of the terminal owners, they might also be far away, the headquarters at least. But that is a layer, and they take certain decisions which will affect you in your operational modus. And then on top of that, there is the political layer. There is a layer of authorities, of labor organizations, of unions, but also the media, for example. Geopolitics play there. And in every one of these layers, and I'll give an example, in the operational layer, you might have fires or explosions. You have to deal with them. In the economical layer, imagine that you have one big company calling your port and suddenly it goes bankrupt. Well, you have a huge problem because suddenly your port finds itself without customers. The third layer, imagine suddenly politics change one way or the other, no longer in favor of ports, but suddenly in favor of, I don't know, railway traffic or something else, or some commodity which used to be handled in your port. Imagine you have a port that focuses on dark coal, on the transportation of coal, and suddenly everybody is about climate change and says, well, you can't burn coal anymore. Well, then you have a problem because this is your major commodity that suddenly goes out of business. So on all these 3 layers, things can happen. But the solution or the management around these layers also lies in interconnecting these people. Just like on your birthday party, you need to interconnect as a port authority with these different parties. And I think port authorities, and that's the difference. You know, agencies, they work on the operational level and they work on the economical level. The police works on the authority level, on the policy level, obviously, and on the operational level, but they don't work economically. Very often they wouldn't care about the economics of things. What we see is that as a port authority, you are an authority in real life, so you play on this policy part, but you're also a commercial organization, so you play on this economic part, and being a port in an operational role, obviously, because that's the very definition of a port, you also play a role in that lower area. So the one party that connects all the stakeholders is the port authority. The only thing that you need now is to have a port authority, obviously, which works together. I can't say as a harbor master, well, my dear friend of customer relations, I don't care about your customers. I have to cooperate with them. I have to cooperate and understand what the needs of their customers are, which allow me then to take the right decisions in the field, etc. And we have to look at, okay, what's going on, in our case, on the European level? What are the tendencies? What can we still do? What can't we still do? What is the youth concerned about? If we want to hire in 10 years people, we need to know what our youth thinks about today. Ports don't just start from scratch. Most ports don't get suddenly built up flash from the nice ferry that suddenly brings a port. No, a port is developed over years. Very often they have a long history of trade. So there is a basis of knowledge which is extremely important, because that basis of knowledge knows that context, that knows the natural environment. Then I would say there are three main building blocks. The first one, monitoring. Know what's ahead of you. I'll come back to that in a moment. Second one is, how do you deal with it once the event is taking place? And remember, the event, that can be anything, basically. And the third building block, and that's very often a weak part for many ports, including ourselves, it is learning from it. Because once it's over and the fire is extinguished and we're all happy, we simply tend to go on with business. That would be a moment when we should sit together and say, okay, what happened today? And how did we deal with it? Did we deal well? Because it's not all bad. I mean, you can also learn from those things. If I go back to the monitoring phase, to the first phase, you have that body of knowledge which is there in your port, which is there in your village, your culture. Then we go to the monitoring part and the anticipation. I mentioned tendencies in European policies in our case, what the youth thinks, but also an increase in trade of explosive products, an increase in trade of, for example, fertilizers, which are highly explosive. Just monitoring what is happening. I mentioned your biggest customer. I mentioned these commodities. How are they being seen? Because one day, what we saw, for example, in Antwerp is that coal, it's a very easy example to use, coal was almost out of business at some point. And then the Russian-Ukrainian war started, and suddenly coal was big again. And we started receiving ships that brought coal in. So you see, small things can suddenly change everything. And the further you can look in the future, we don't have crystal balls, but what you can do is by talking to other ports, by talking to your shippers, by talking to your carriers, by talking to your stakeholders, and remember those three layers, you can get an idea of, this is a direction which tends to be coming in. If not, at least you're prepared for it. Now, what is even more important, you can't do all this anticipation yourself. In the end, you'll only have 24 hours a day. In the end, I'm just a harbor master, I'm nothing more. So I need to rely on my stakeholders. First of all, internally, I mentioned customer relations, but also the international department, the various departments in our port, of course, but also the carriers, also the policymakers. What does the mayor think at this moment? What does the prime minister think? Where is our government going to with the policies, etc.? So you need to be aware as much as possible. And as I mentioned in the very beginning, the world is turning from a very local place to a very global place. Everything is interconnected. So the more dots you know in that interconnection, the easier prediction gets. By getting to know these stakeholders and knowing what they think, once you come into the event phase, so things are going wrong now, you have this pandemic, you have this earthquake, you have this storm, you have this navigational thing, you have this strike, at least you can pick up the phone and you don't have to introduce yourself by, I'm the harbor master of. No, you can say, hi John, it's Niels here, we have a problem. And things will be much easier to relate. So that social network for me, far more than having the procedures on where to take the fire extinguisher, etc. That's all helpful, but you can't prepare for that. The social network is very, very much more important. Remember the saying, it takes a village to raise a child. Well, I think it also takes a village to raise a port. You need all these people because they have that very specific information that you might need to solve it. And you will need them to solve it as well because you will need their bulldozers, you will need their material, their cranes, their I don't know what. So that's very important. At the end, I already said, a bit of a weak part still today is learning from incidents. It works generally, if it works well within organizations, but across organizations, we feel that also in our report, there is still a lack of confidence to express and say, okay, we did this wrong. And you could say then, I did this wrong. And I was, okay, let's have a beer over it and find out how we can manage this the next time. We're not yet at that stage of confidence. It's also not helped because of litigation. As soon as I admit that I did something wrong, you're just as likely to say, well, I did that wrong. Or you might say, well, let me call my lawyer because I'm going to sue you. And that's still a little bit of a problem in raising this confidence. Now, I think there, and now I jump back to the committee itself, I think there as a committee, we have a very valuable source of laying it on the table and saying, and I feel that also that confidence within the group, saying, okay, we have trouble with that. Did anybody else feel that? And generally, we're all ports, we all have the same problems. We all have the same roles that we don't like. I'm not going to mention them. And we all have the same companies of which we think, if that ship comes in, they had so many fires here and there and everywhere. So I think we all face the same problem. So it's useful once in a while to talk about things. To talk about our risks. So that's a long answer to the process, which is basically monitor, anticipate to what you think is going to come, build a social network that allows you to do it, and then learn from it so that you can improve and get more of that knowledge base.
Thank you so much, Victor, for sharing this. I think this is what really the resilience of the port, building the confidence, building resilience. I think this goes hand in hand, and I think this is what we really see, that the change which is occurring in the industry. Over to you, Mr. Victor. I would like to share and give your thoughts on this.
I'll be very brief. I wanted to let Niels have the talk and have the floor because he's the chair of our Risk and Resilience Committee. Our Risk and Resilience Committee actually was born out of the COVID pandemic. And the short thing that I wanted to say about that was that during the COVID pandemic, no one knew what was going on. No one knew what the illness was. We just knew that there was a crisis that was spreading across the globe. And what actually happened at IPH is we established a COVID task force where we had ports from Korea, China, right across to the United States and Europe, all parts of the world meeting on a weekly basis to tell each other what was going on, how ports were coping, and how we could learn as the pandemic spread westward across the globe. And at the end of that, we built some guidelines within the first 3 weeks of the pandemic, so all ports in our membership could understand and how some of the ports, for example, in the Far East, were dealing with these problems and issues. And I think the message I wanted to get across there, that last point that Niels made, was for our port community, we need to create a safe space where people can share those experiences. And that also came from the end of the last session. Kuna's advice, as Indian ports, don't just talk between each other as ports. Talk to the international community through associations such as ours about your experiences, because not only will you learn from other ports will learn from you. There's a fantastic example given to me by my dear colleague here to the left on the rebuilding and refurbishment of trees after a cyclone, where 90% of the ports would think of destroying these abandoned trees. So there's a lot to be learned from that aspect. And actually, what's actually happened here, and I'm not going to go through this, I'm just going to flip it through while I describe it. IPH, with its member ports, which include Antwerp, Los Angeles, TT Club, speaking of the need for P&I insurance clubs to take part, all these experts in resilience, Port of Barcelona has developed this document called the Risk and Resilience Guidelines for Ports, that talks about that inventorization of everything that can happen in your port, which I also remember Madam Vice Chancellor's intervention at the beginning about oil spills. There's a fantastic
in the World Port Sustainability Program database, the Port of Asu, which is the largest private terminal operator for energy and oil and gas, have got an incredible oil spill prevention system. So again, that's a great example. Take that example and bring it to your port or bring it to your country. You also have the PESTEL model. What we missed out was that Neil says if you can conduct a SWOT analysis, and I'm looking at the students here, I'm pretty sure you know the strengths, weakness, opportunities, threat model. If a port can do that internally and then use the famous PESTEL model to all of those circumstances that might hit them as a port, you can start getting a fairly good picture when it comes down to what kind of resilience you actually need to build. And then, of course, you have to deal with all your stakeholders on the 3 levels. And then finally, you need to establish and build resilience. I think the difference between managing risk and building resilience, if you can start looking at this, and I'll be honest with you, ports around the world generally are only starting this journey. So please join us in that journey, Indian ports. We need your help and we need your support as well as your learning to build these kind of models that can build our resilience in the future against whatever gets hit in the future. And then I'm just leaving you with a massive QR code. Again, I'm calling you younger generation to get your mobile phones out. If you can manage to scan that, you have a copy of the risk and resilience guidelines to read. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Victor. And also, I think the students community, you can scan this. This has got the entire, gist of what the port resilience and also the preparedness. It would be definitely useful to you for the projects and all kind of things. And other port officials, definitely this will be useful to you. Now, I think the time has. Is there anything? Otherwise, I'll move on to Mr. P. Ravindran. And sir, you have been in the industry for more than 3 decades, and the way how things are changed over the time. But we also talk about the oil spill, which has happened, I think, even this year. And we really wanted to know really how the practical aspect this happens, then how to overcome in the future. The ports should gear up. There shouldn't happen this. And this is not only just in terms of oil spill, there's also the cascading effects. The marine lives have been affected severely. All these things, it's a learning lesson for us. And over to you, sir. This is what really the entire dignitaries here and all the student community would like to hear from you, sir. Thank you.
Good afternoon to everyone. Thank you, Mr. Narasu. I want to tell you a small story. If anybody is sleeping, please wake the person, nearby person. So we listened a lot about the Antwerp port and IAPH, the preparedness and all. I am from the railways basically. I used to think that we have a wonderful disaster management protocol in railways. We have, in case of accidents, we have the targeted movement of the relief vans and restoration trains and other things. I joined in 2016, the port sector. I was the chairman of Chennai Port Trust. There's another port, all of you know, Kamarajar Port, north of Chennai Port Authority. That's a separate entity. Of course, now when I was there, the company was bought and it's the subsidiary of Chennai Port now. It was 28th January 2017. I was here for about 7-8 months in the industry. Saturday, see now already the WhatsApp groups and all are already there. We were managing through WhatsApp groups. We used to have all port chairman's WhatsApp group, secretary, ports and others are also there. So on the Saturday around afternoon, the chairperson of the Ennur port, that Kamarajar port, has given a information that there was a collision between two vessels in Ennur port area. That was Don Kanjipuram, that's an oil vessel. Other one is Maple, that's a LPG vessel. And there is no loss of life, and port activities are not disrupted. So whatever disruption we are thinking, there was no disruption of any port activity. About a little oil spillage is expected, things are under control. This was at least what was conveyed, or message conveyed. So next Sunday, there has been some restoration works, people were coming, going, and Monday morning I get a call from Secretary Shipping. Early morning, did you see Hindu this morning? He said, he's talking from Delhi. Said there are photographs of Marina Beach, people seeing some sediments, black color coming out, and there is a news item. Have you seen, Ravindran? What is happening? What's going to happen? Like that. So I didn't understand. I was slow, anything to understand. So I said, sir, that's a Kamarajar port some accident. I know why, but Chennai is in trouble. Please find out what is that. And then we go and clean up this beach. We should not give any bad publicity. Then we realized the problem is more. See, this was a collision between two vessels. So that oil vessel was carrying 35,000 tons of petroleum oil. But that tank was not affected at all. That oil didn't spill. What has happened was that LPG vessel, which hit the fuel tank of this oil vessel, Shipping Corporation of India vessel. Nobody could estimate how much oil was coming out of that ship, because the tanks, whatever the fuel tanks, what oil came, it went and the water went and filled it. So people didn't know how much was the loss. So the initial estimate from the ship was 1 ton, that is 1 kiloliter. The same day, Saturday itself, Coast Guard came, and the Coast Guard had an aerial survey. There was not much seen by Coast Guard also. Maybe on the third day or fourth day, the real problem started coming out. That fuel oil mixed with sea water, it started forming the blackish. The combined liquid, it has started coming everywhere. After 2 days, we found from Ennur to Mahabalipuram, the beach was having all sorts of things. We know there is a protocol in our country, very well written protocol, National Oil Spill Disaster Contingency Plan, NOSDCP. The coordinating authority is Coast Guard. They are equipped with vessels which can go, equipments which can go. In addition to that, each port is having, based on their tier level, tier 1, 2, 3, the equipments. Chennai port also had, Ennur port also had the skimmers, the booms, the vessels to collect oil, the absorbent pads, everything was there. The sheer magnitude of the problem put everything out of gear. Then came all the agencies, state government, collectors, the police, marine police, Coast Guard, Navy, private industry, oil industries, everybody came, and it took, all of you must have seen, whoever was in Chennai, the bad publicity what we got. And morning there was a mention about P&I Club insurance. The ship was insured. The P&I Club polluter pays for the pollution. The polluter pays the cost. So P&I Club, the Don Kanjipuram will pay money through the P&I Club. Everything fine. But handling the disaster, there was no experience. I am not sure even today, such a scale of disaster, whether it can be handled. We had almost 10-15 days meeting. Madam has just taken over as DG Shipping. She visited. Our Deputy Mr. Amitabh was here. Additional Secretary Petroleum and our Joint Secretary. Every day we used to have a meeting in my office, Chennai Port Trust. All state government, oil industries, everyone. Massive disaster, massive restoration work. All the agencies, monitored by Chief Secretary, Government of Tamil Nadu, coordinated by her, and a lot of agency support from them, including IMU, like Madam was telling. What we found there was, even though all material and other things could be mobilized, the restoration through any technological means was lacking. Finally, we had to carry this liquid by bucket and then put it. We were not knowing how much oil has gone. Finally, today I can tell you, this was the question by every press person we were not able to answer. Today we can tell about 11 kiloliters has gone out. But the disaster it created, the damage it has created was really bad. And we collected the seawater combined with oil, sludge, sand, everything put together about 400-ton material. That was to be disposed, bioremediation was to be done. That was done last year, it was completed from 2017. I don't know, maybe this should be a big case study and find out how could this be handled in a better way, faster way. With the available resources and very good machinery available with the support of all the agencies, we could handle that. Having said this, we had another oil spill the next year at the same place in Ennur port. But this time, I would say this was a textbook oil spill management, what has been done. 2018 November, in the terminal, the pipeline got burst when the vessel was getting discharged. Immediate reaction, I was the CMD of that company at that time, though I used to be in Chennai. Immediate reaction from our officers. Like textbook, immediately booms were placed, brought, placed. 2 days, the whole problem was sorted out. No port operation was affected, but not even a single drop of oil went out of the port boundary beyond the breakwater. Coast Guard, whatever collected, about 2 tons of oil, what was collected, oil water mix, was again sent back to the factory. Whoever was the owner of the cargo, he has taken it. Skimmers were used, absorbents were used, and that was a learning plus preparedness, which showed us how the preparedness will solve the problem. This was in 2018 November. Preparedness is the one thing. You have to be agile, expect the unexpected, and be ready. There could be problems in terms of, when you don't do your regular exercise of mock drill and all, that day you go and open, that day the equipment fails, the skimmer doesn't work. So all those things, I think after the experience of 2017, Minister of Shipping also has taken a big exercise in MIV, Maritime India Vision 2030 also. This was one of the important points. And they have taken an elaborate exercise to settle the protocol of each port of this national oil spill disaster contingency plan. They have finalized, now it has gone to Coast Guard, the local Coast Guard has approved. I think waiting for the national level approval. This should help go in a long way to ensure that such disasters do not create major problems in our ports at least. But this, what is there in our mind of 2017 is going to last forever, I think. I think this is one. Next one, what you are mentioning, Mr. Innasu, regarding ammonium nitrate. When I was Chennai port chairman, suddenly, after this news came about the accident there was an exercise to find out where all in our port ammonium nitrate. They said newspaper everywhere. The next day newspaper, I came to know from newspaper that the Chennai port is having 300 tons of ammonium nitrate. I just want to explain to you the port, how complicated, who are all there in port. When you say port, who are all there in port? I was sure that there is no ammonium nitrate in port premises. Every one of us know. But it is also true that Chennai port, it's shown that ammonium nitrate is there. Yeah, because in customs itself that information is there. Then it took 2-3 hours for us to find out that what was imported about 3 years back, it went to a CFS. There, it was lying about 20 containers. There was a dispute. Customs was stopped it for some time. After a year or so, when customs is ready to give, the party was not ready to take it. So this was lying, and I think from Delhi, lot of pressure, and everybody was chased. Then CFS, customs, all the agencies of the government came. Finally, it got disposed on the second day. So the port doesn't mean only the port authority or the premises. So many agencies in this as well as in the disaster management. We are a system where we are an entity where so many people we affect and so many people we need also to solve our problem and take care. I think these are the 2-3 instances I thought I'll share with you in this panel. Thank you.
I think that's what really, which you are not prepared, and which you are prepared. I think both were extremely very important, that the information what you have shared. Now, before, I think you'll keep yours in the last. Now we'll move to Major Ashish ji. The way how things are moving in the Gujarat. The Gujarat is always in the forefront, progressive in terms of non-major ports. Especially the development of Gujarat has, everything is in place in terms of preparedness, the DMP, disaster management plan, and more so, Gujarat also, I think the previous sessions we were talking about more in terms of cyclonic, prone zones. I think that how the Gujarat preparedness really helping not only for Gujarat and also is a model for rest of the country, that this could be a case study also for the students. I mean, that's where end of the day, this could be done. And I also want, Madam also is here, the students also can visit along shipbreaking, the 30,000 workforce, the unorganized system, how it's been organized. And that could be the classic case. Over to you, Major. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I think not everybody is awake as of now. So none of us were actually prepared for this kind of crisis also, that the session will go beyond 5 o'clock. So like you, even my cradle is there in Chennai itself. I am an alumni of Officers Training Academy. So from there onwards, that is the Army Training Center. So there in 1999 onwards, I learned what is crisis and disaster management. So in armed forces, the first thing that you see is how to meet all kind of challenges, how to handle the disasters. And from there onwards, up till here in maritime sector, we are almost doing the similar thing. As far as the Gujarat goes, we have got a disaster management plan in place way back in 2021. And because this disaster management plan is in place, there are a lot of issues that we have been able to take care of. There are 4 major fronts on which this disaster management plan has been made. First is the disasters that can take place through the navigational issues. The navigational issues, all of us have seen that this navigation issue can be a collision, can be a blockage, or can be any other fire incidences. So that we have covered in the navigational part. Another one is oil spill. We have been hearing about it in all the session. Third one is regarding the natural disaster. Natural disaster we have talked about, let it be in terms of cyclone, tsunami, earthquake, or any other kind. And last one is the man-made. It can be act of terrorism, a war, and maybe the civil disobedience. So these 4 factors that we have covered. And the best part about the disaster management plan that GMB has got 10 group of ports. So every group of port has got a separate disaster management plan. The reason being, every port has got a different topography. Every port has got a different kind of meteorological analysis. every port has got a different set of population. Now somebody will say how the population is going to affect the disaster management plan. Okay, so if there is a fisherman community around, then there will be a different kind of disaster management plan because there will be a lot of boats and fishing activities that are taking place. If the port is at a remote location, then there will be a different kind of disaster management plan. So once this plan is in place, probably it becomes easier for everyone to understand. So to give you certain practical examples, last two cyclones, let it be Cyclone Taute or probably the last one in 2023, Cyclone Biparjoy. So the great part about this Cyclone Biparjoy is this was the longest standing cyclone and it was in the category of the most severe cyclone in the history. But in Gujarat, there was zero casualty. So guys understand, having managed the zero casualties, when the cyclone I is hitting the Gujarat shore, so you can understand the amount of preparation. Up till now, the preparation used to be post disaster, but this time the preparation was pre-disaster. And understand, see, at the policy level, lot of things are possible. It is important for all the students to hear that at your level, at my level, it is very important that at the ground level, the person is aware of. Ma'am has rightly brought out, actually the experience makes a difference. So whatever is the 25 years, 30 years of his crux, you can actually spell out in 2 minutes. So when you say at the ground level, if the person is not aware of, maybe you have the policy in place, maybe you have all kind of practical this thing in place, but the final execution is not going to take place. Just a simple example. In the last cyclone, everybody was there at the port location. They were trying to manage the things and lights went off. Okay, so in a cyclone, you expect the lights to go or you expect the lights to be there or electricity to be there. Okay, so when the electricity was not there, what happened to the mobiles? The mobiles were dead. What happened to the communication? The communication was dead. So a simple thing of charging the mobile because you know that the electricity is going to go. Even the batteries, where you can procure the battery from in case if there is no light. Can somebody tell a local solution? Power bank, but otherwise not everybody carries the power bank. Where is the battery is available? Car. Okay, so you have to think through the solutions because at the grassroots level, when you are aware of, so the car battery also needs to be fully charged. But when the cyclone is coming, you cannot go outside and take the car battery out. So you have to remain prepared for. And just remember, communication is the first thing that goes out in any kind of disaster. Victor is handling the communication part, so you know that communication will be the first thing that will go. So if you are not communicating with each other, how are you going to tell that what the other person is supposed to do? That is where this disaster management plan, that is where the standard operating procedure comes into place. That when the mobile is not working, when there are no communication that is happening. I'll give you a practical example that we faced in the last cyclone itself. The mobiles were off. One of our port was completely off radar. We were not able to communicate with the port for last 4 hours. There was no way out. But the good part is we kept the radios on. So radio was also not been able to reach because it was a VHF communication, but it could reach one of the ship which was deployed in the sea. And that ship could reach the port. So that is how we got to know the information that everything is going as per the plan and things are there in place. So understand that at the ground level, there are a lot of activities which are required to be done. Like the way ma'am said that when the thing is required, the person was not available. When the person was not available, the equipment was not working. This happens. The reason being the last person who is concerned is probably even either not aware of or probably is not in charge and responsible for the same. So the last person, the last mile connectivity is something which is very, very important from a practical point of view to know. Simple measures like tree cutting. So when you know that cyclone is coming, the teams have actually gone out, they did the cutting of the trees so that the trees won't fall down. The animal rescue team left because the places like Gir sanctuaries and other places were affected. So the animal rescue teams were sent out so that even that part has been taken care of. So these are the small measures that from there onwards we started building up. And now a lot of good learnings which are there in place. And we've been able to take care of the disaster. But again, from the armed forces or probably in the maritime sector, one thing which I have learned and which is very, very important is that one last person matters the most. The one who has to execute. The people at our level, the people at the student level, those are very, very important.
Thank you so much, Ashish. Now we'll move on to Dr. Surya Prakash. I think, the presentation is there, sir. I think he will take 78 minutes. Bear with me because he has wealth of experience and a lot of things. Nevertheless, we'll just reduce to 7 to 8 minutes. Thank you, sir.
Providing me this opportunity along with BC IMU. I see a lot of students around, even more than I think most of the functionaries. So I thought, let me make a basic presentation before the students to learn about, because we can share our experiences. Both the Biparjoy cyclone, I have actually documented the whole process under the directions from the Union Home Minister, and it is soon be available for the public to go through. All sectors, they have actually dealt with it. So ports are the nerve centers. You know, our earth, more than 70% of the part is water, so oceans. So most of our activities have to be taken care in terms of the resources within the sea and its utilization for transportation, communication, navigation, and other purposes. So we have to take care of them if we have to take care of our resources in the land parts too. So that's why we are serious about it. And the basic things that we have been talking about, Ravindranji also talked about the ammonium nitrate and its presence at the port without even information of the chairman of the Port Trust Authority. Sometimes it happens because this is what he's mentioned, actually created an historical example in Beirut port in Lebanon, when they had actually confiscated around 2,750 tons of ammonium nitrate for last 6 years. Nobody was knowing like that. And when it exploded, it suddenly fire happened and it killed hundreds of people and also caused huge economic loss. Then court inquiry was established and it continued and lot of interventions went on, but nobody took up the responsibility that why this got ignored. So this kind of situations happen when the transactions and the storages or transportation takes place at the ports. Then other is supply chain disruptions. I came here in Chennai port when the COVID-19 was on its peak. Hotspots were reported from Chennai and we were sent as part of interministerial central team to take care of that and to control the spread of the COVID-19. We visited the port also and saw how the arrangements were be taking place, and we could see that many of the materials which had actually come to the ports were not being delivered. So a lot of storages are there, and then day-to-day activities continuing, but lot of stocks which may have been dangerous in terms of hazardous materials was also present over there. So those kind of conditions are always there, and how many people at the ports, they are trained for handling hazardous materials or knowing about the skills and the information that is required to manage them. I remember another case in another coastal city, Visakhapatnam, when one of the industries like the algae polymer, steriling gas got released. It has to be kept under controlled thermal control conditions, which could not be taken care during the lockdown. So we became more wiser after we saw those incidents and took care of that. Then economic losses, billions of rupees are lost. Ports are storehouses of all our resources. Disruption of operations, no doubt. All those ships, they were stopped, and the operations, they also cost the economy. Then environmental impacts. Oil spillages, they have been a real issue. And many times, not only at Chennai, many places it has happened. And the Oil India Safety Directorate, they took special cautions and prepared their guidelines and procedures for controlling the oil spillages. So Ministry of Petroleum and Natural Gas, along with the Ministry of Shipping, have to work together along with disaster management to take care of such instances. And this environmental impacts, no doubt, are also affecting our whole of the ecosystem at the port. Then humanitarian challenges, different levels, as my colleague Major Ashish has just said. Last man is most important because he remains unaware, he doesn't know. Those things don't take place. So we had to take care of fishermen when the Biparjoy cyclone took place. It was a chance that was non-fishing period. So most of them were already keeping away, but still all their boats, they were tied together and kept in a safer location. So their resources, they go for their simple, smaller things, which are not important for us, but they are very valuable for them. So this kind of situations, they are the challenges for us. And in terms of disaster management, we always say we have to be proactive. In Biparjoy, why we could succeed in achieving our goal of national policy on disaster management, which was released on 22nd October 2009 in terms of zero casualty, because we were having predictability in that particular disaster. We started working on it when that low pressure depression formed right from the 5th of June. And 6th of June, it developed into a low pressure, and then it continued, dissipated till 19th. 13 days life cycle was the longest life cycle for that particular cycle. And this helped us in pre-positioning, protection, and preparedness works. All levels, right from the governance to the lowest levels, the preparedness measures were taken. All meetings were held, so we could succeed in that. So first is risk assessment, prevention, then mitigation. We knew power lines we were talking about. Already all the assessments were made. Cause power supply or transmission of power supply in some of the areas. So they were already pre-positioned to erect new towers immediately as soon as the cyclone will affect them, and get the required labor also at that particular place. So this kind of preparedness actually helped us recover as quickly as possible. Resilience is nothing but our ability to resist, to respond and recover as quickly as possible from any disaster situations. So that is what we are dealing with. Now, when the real events take place, all these P's in terms of proactive preparedness and also prevention help us in relief response. All the resources, I will like to share with all of you. Maybe the port authorities can also consider that. NIDM is hosting the national portal on India Disaster Resource Network. All the resources within the district and the states, all district magistrates across the country, they are responsible for putting all the resources required for disaster response. So you can acquire or you can mobilize and you can utilize all those resources in case they are required in disaster situations. Then recovery. Most of us are worried about disasters and respond to them. But there are no recovery plans. Until unless we don't have a good recovery plan, if we get affected, we will not be able to get back to normalcy as quickly as possible. So recovery is actually getting back to that normalcy at least, which existed just before the disaster happened. So that kind of situations, we have to work for recovery plans too. And then rehabilitation, reconstruction, and redevelopment. Redevelopment, Honorable Prime Minister actually had emphasized to his Prime Minister's agenda, 10-point agenda on disaster risk reduction after the post-Sendai conference, Asia Ministerial Conference on disaster risk reduction from 3rd to 5th of November 2016. He gave a 10-point agenda amalgamating the Sendai framework, the COP21's climate change adaptation, and also the sustainable development goals, 17 goals which were defined. And one of the points that he actually mentioned was that opportunities for the lessons learned from the past event or the recent event must not be wasted. and all these documentation which we are now talking, I think we don't have any systematics as yet to report on what are the lessons we learned and how did they pave our way for forward journey for reducing the future risk. That's what we wanted to talk about. And then, sorry, it's going back or not? Yeah. Yeah. Then resilience in terms of physical resilience, environmental resilience, digital resilience. We had talked about cyber resilience also. See, the kind of awareness that NIDM had, we had created a specialized center for cyber disaster risk reduction several years ago when we were looking forward that the cyber hacking and threats can result into major disaster situations. In fact, many areas it has happened not only in the ports, even in the health sector when names data was actually stolen away and the server went down. And for several days, the health services could not be rendered. So that kind of situations are also dealt. Then operational resilience. Operational resilience meant actually for the actual workers. One of the issues which I found, and it actually enriched my knowledge also by being here, that contractors are not well taken care. And this good example is from the Taute cyclone, which Ashish was mentioning, which happened on during May 2021 on the Bark P305 ship, where the contractor laborers were there. They were not trained and they were not checked and they were not knowing. And most of them became a victim to that cyclone Taute when the ship sank. Around 66 people, they got killed because of that. So contractors' terms and conditions and their training and capacity development is also lacking in our engagements and operations. Supply chain resilience, we required role from medicines, the injections, and other vital items. So how do we ensure that? So there are many ways. I remember I met the DG Postage from Gujarat. He required actually for himself some medicine for his high BP. He called his subordinate and his subordinate said, I can get it for you. Then he said, it may not be me alone. There are so many patients. How will they get the medicines if during lockdown, these services are not given? And every medicine has an expiry time. So it's a burden for both the industry, pharmaceutical industry and the patient. So they managed it through their vehicle. But the postal system, routine postals were not going on. So they used their red vehicle to transport medicines to the needy people so that the industry also gets some benefit and patients also get their medicine in time. So that kind of situations can arise in terms of supply chain management. Community, it is the ultimate beneficiary and also the stakeholder as well as the first responder. So until and unless community is not integrated, we always talk about community participation, and I say not participation, make them partner. Partnership means they have a stake and they have a belongingness, and there's number of sociological techniques. Most of us look after only our technical sides, but if you look into sociological side, I had just a day before an international webinar where we were talking about technologies. But humanizing technologies are one of the issues which was critically reflected. So how do we look into the applications of these technology in terms of humanitarian and social interests? So that is what we have to look into in terms of communities' participation, right from the different areas, be it the infrastructure, be it the services, be it the utilities, or be it the structures or any other kind of elements. Then the economic resilience. The society and our country at present is most populated country in the world. So this there is struggle for survival now, day-to-day life also. So how do we build that resilience into their livelihoods? So that again has to be found out and worked in different manners for the economic resilience of those societies. So we work by continuity of operations. I was just talking to someone here that nowadays not only the supply chain management but business continuity plans with risk reduction and resilience have to be looked into. And they are always getting a target because whenever disaster strike, they get affected. Risk reduction. We now we're using, earlier we were using disaster management. That's why it's a national issue of disaster management. But now we are not using management. We say we cannot manage all the disasters because nature is mightier than the man. So we use now the risk reduction. That means we can reduce their risk, either in terms of their incidents or their impacts, and enhance our resilience. And this is what was done during 2015-14 to 18th March, when the third World Conference on DRR took place. Cost savings. Targets were set in Sendai, and first target was reducing the loss of lives. The second was reducing the number of affected population. The third was reducing the economic damages and losses. Because even if you survive, if you are not healthier and you are not economically well off, you cannot lead a proper life. So that also has to be taken care through cost savings. And for this, Bangladesh has given a very good example of micro insurance schemes. There was some discussion on insurance, and micro insurance. Bangladesh is very much affected by frequent flood situations, and they did it. And their leader, they got in fact a Nobel Prize for working on that micro insurance and micro crediting schemes. So these are the levels at which people work. And I think there are some like in Kerala, when floods took place in 2018, their self-help groups, they contributed a lot. And they have actually established very good examples. So we can do that. Enhance safety and security in our operations. Wherever it is, any flaws are there, that must be removed immediately and well taken care, particularly the vital and the critical or sensitive or strategic areas where they can make major difference. Environmental protection, reputation, and stakeholders' confidence. Everybody has to be brought into line with everyone. I know time is short, so I'll just saying these are the kind of pictures we create: red, green, yellow, just to indicate the level of the risk, and according the program should be. One of the things I would like to tell you that there are so many ports across different geographical entities. Different types of risks are there. Have you ever seen those hazard maps which are available through BMPTC, which has created those hazard maps? And what kind of hazards are you likely to face? Be it chemical, biological, physical, radiological, nuclear, or any kind of risk. So use those maps, hazard maps, and the degree of hazard which your ports are likely to face, and prepare against them so that your risk can get reduced and your enhanced resilience. So I think with DM plan, actually, somebody was also talking about DM Act. DM Act actually has given us to grind these kind of disaster situations, and we are empowered. In fact, the chapter 5, sections 35, 36, and 37 have given clear guidelines for all the ministries and departments under Government of India, state government or local governments to undertake DM plans, which is mandatory, and allocate budgets and assign resources for disaster risk reduction and resilience. So that must be taken care, and for that, templates have also been provided by NIDM and NDMA, and states are also working with the state disaster management authorities. One point I would like to clarify, emergency, why the world has come. So I've been dealing with many sectors. Some people talk about emergency, some talk about crisis, some disaster. They are not all synonymatic. In our country, we have a system which deals with different situations. The word emergency has been used in Constitution, particularly referring to the emergencies related to financial matters or to internal security or border security related issues. But when it comes to health emergency, we have to deal it in a different manner. We cannot deal with the word emergency under the Constitution. So that part was looked after during the COVID-19 when we utilized our provisions of the Disaster Management Act to impose lockdown because there was no other possibility. And then crisis. Again, crisis dealt by crisis management committees, not by disaster management. Crisis is another kind of situation than disaster. And finally, there is a disaster which is looked after by disaster management. For national level, we have National Crisis Management Committee under the Cabinet Secretary, whereas National Disaster Management Authority is under the chairmanship of Honorable Prime Minister himself. So the systems are different. So we should not confuse and communicate well about all this. trainings, regular trainings, practical trainings, they're very, very important. And we must and evaluate ourselves. That Sendai frame actually gave us targets and parameters, and it is being evaluated along with Sendai sustainable development goal parameters. So that's what we can do. So many reports which are prepared, they actually got benefited. So just this was to mention that what is happening? It's not moving. Okay. With that, I think realizing the importance of we talk and disaster management, golden hours, the maximum lives can be saved. So I think there is a Czechoslovakian proverb which I can quote at the end, that misfortunes enter when window is left open to them. Because we make mistakes, we give them opportunity to affect us. So rather than getting tamed by these disasters, let's tame them by our wisdom, by our practice, by our action. So with these words, I thank you for this opportunity.
I think I don't want to hold you further. I think this is something a marvelous session. It's every speaker has outlined their experience, and I think this is the best ever I have seen. As a session chair, the practical wisdom has prevailed, and it has been really sharing the knowledge. The students community definitely would have benefited greatly. And I think let us give big round of applause to all the fellow panelists. And it's huge. Truly speaking, it's awesome in terms of the knowledge, the expertise, the experience which they have shared with you. I think over to the students. Thank you. Yeah, ma'am.
For each one of you, if you had to suggest one recommendation to the government for policy based on all that you've heard, just one, each one of you, what would it be?
That's a very good one. Give some.
I don't know. I have been in the government, whether I can. See, these disasters are no more, maybe 20, 30 years back. No? It is all will be department-wise. It was more individually, I think they could see and then they could manage. Now with the explosion of population and so much of technological, innovations, the problems also have become, very big and interlinked. I think sort of, coordinating authority. I don't know whether this disaster management could do that or, but I have a feeling there is a lack of institutional arrangement for prevention and tackling the disasters among the departments. A little more organized. I think one should think about a little more organized setup, connecting all the agencies within the government to tackle the disasters. I think that is what would be my suggestion. Thank you.
I think I'll take it to the international sphere rather than just keep it to the national sphere here. I think based on also the guidelines that we've developed, if the governments could recognize, irrespective of the business models that there are around the world, about the point that was made that port authorities, even if they report to national administrations, whether, for example, in Antwerp, they report to the town hall, or whether they report to a federal administration, port authorities do generally cover policy, economic, and operational. And there's an opportunity there, I think, for governments to then use the potential of those port authorities better when handling a crisis, because a port authority deals at all three levels and has experience in doing that. And I think perhaps with more international experiences, including the Indian case, we can build on what we already have. Thank you.
Training is one thing which I would like to say that the training at grassroots level and upward is very, very important. I think the mock drills and dry runs which are required to be done, that's a regular practice in places like armed forces and all. But here it is not there. So whenever the time comes, the equipment doesn't work. That's a very common thing which all of us have seen. So that is one thing which should come in the policy part, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am, for asking this, because we already prepared the policy and we have been part and parcel of it in 2009. We have 10 chapters, and training capacity development also written over there is dedicated chapter on that. But looking into the situations, I think regulations and enforcement are equally required, because volunteerism doesn't work sometimes. Maybe only in disaster situations we come together and try to work. But in other times we take it very lightly. Many of the DM plans are still lacking. And we are working with many of the organizations and ministries, departments to come up with that. So I think policy should also include some strict regulatory and enforcement measures. The idea and what I talked about, we spent crores of rupees doing all that, but we don't see many of the DM authorities actually utilizing that. But by push, naturally some things happen, but it doesn't get pulled by themselves for their utilization. So that kind of thing, and I think regulations, enforcements have to be there. It is also very limited, very, very limited. And particularly the states and districts must take. But I tell you one more important point, which is useful for the university and the students also, which is the Honorable Prime Minister during the 10-point agenda actually talked about inter-university institutional network on DRR. He considered that we have to build a culture. In policy also it is there, build a culture of risk assessment, prevention, mitigation, preparedness, and efficient response and quick recovery through utilization of state-of-art technology. But this IUNDR, NIDM is actually hosting it on the recommendations follow-up by the institution, and wherein we are building up the curriculums. And specific curriculum, after coming over here, I just thought about that IMU being a distinct university compared to all other universities. You're working in very specific sector, which is covering very large area of our earth. I'm being an earth scientist, we're always worried about the whole earth as a whole. In fact, 22nd April was that Earth Day. And we talked about the sea disasters, plastic-free planet, which is another threat that is upcoming. So we can think about developing curriculums for sea and port disasters in the IMU and taking the IMU the lead with your leadership. I think I use IMU for igniting the ideas and motivating the students to undertake the challenges which the sea and the ports face. So IMU is igniting, motivating, and undertaking the challenge and facing them face to face. Thank you.
I think I am the lost. But one is it comes to my mind after learning the Lebanon Beirut incident, $10 billion lost and more than 300 people have been killed. The technology can really help, technological driven. See this today, Ravindran sir was mentioning the 300 containers. Overall India, we should be able to know that how many containers are lying in India, the tracking, the placement, and it should be isolated in a place so that it doesn't harm the society. I think that's a technology, since India has taken the lead role in terms of technology, the technology can help. I think the technological driven system. Second one is the disaster management, as he rightly Dr. Surya Prakash was mentioning, that it could be a MBA in disaster management and safety and security management. Because yes, I was more keen developing the safety culture in India, whereas it was missing. Last 2 decades I'm here. I traveled a journey of safety and which was adopted from P&O Ports, London. And today it has more impetus has been given. The safety and security and disaster management in MBA curriculum, or sometimes you can also think, ma'am, in terms of elective subjects. I think that could help. The people can very well look into that. The technological driven disaster management system, the digitization, the state and central, because disaster doesn't isolate. It's only I'll go for, it will only happen to the state or central. It should be for overall. I think that's a thing you can very well consider on this, man. Yeah, that's there. And one thing, ma'am, so many incidences happen in India. The students' community should take that as a case study. Projects. And when they come there, they will also learn, not only in terms of how much loss of life, how much in terms of material loss, then other cascading effects which is affected. The case study, I think you are interested to know that. I think in the morning you are briefing that. So you will have the entire system that would give, there are 300, 400 projects, that will eye-opener for the country. This is what which is happening. I think these things are from us, from me, sir.
Every port have the CMPs, crisis management plan or disaster management plan. But my suggestion is that plans require the annual endorsement for review. Because till now, there is no review. Any updatation if required, we can do that. That is my suggestion.
Sir, one humble suggestion, sir, last one. Why not, under the leadership of IMU, start a national consortium for the port security management? Because 9 coastal states, 4 union territories, 12 major ports, 180 non-major ports, but there is no national consortium for the port security management, because port is multi-agency coordination.
I think excellent inputs, ma'am. I think anything else? Otherwise, the time is. Thank you so much. Thank you all. And I think this is a little longer, but definitely it's worth of spending this. And any students who like to touch upon any other areas? Yes, please. Yes. Thank you so much taking time.
Good evening, sir. Everyone is talking about, from morning, everyone is talking about oil spill prevention, everything. What about the gas leaks, like methane spill or methane leaks? Is it addressed or not? Because from past many years, almost the trend has been changing. Many of them are using LNG for their energy consumption or everything. During the degasification, if there is any leak, what's the scenario? Because like methane is like, it is like causing greenhouse emissions more than normal oil. Is there any plans to address all these in India?
Your question is complete?
Yeah, it was done, sir.
Okay. Actually, I just said it to you. There is no issue related to particularly highly inflammable and extinguishable materials. No, gas causing one in terms of its toxic impacts and pollution, other is in terms of burning impacts, right? So these are actually being taken care. It is considered under disasters. In fact, at one of the times, I remember one of the cases, it happened way back on 17th January 1995. An earthquake happened in Kobe in Japan. And when this earthquake happened, at that time, Japanese were thinking that earthquakes are the ones which are affecting us most, and our concrete buildings get collapsed. So we will build timber buildings. And timber is less vulnerable to vibration compared to concrete and other materials. So they built timber buildings. But at that time also, they had the gas pipelines. the main trunk lines as well as the service lines going to those areas. The earthquake actually did not affect the building, but affected those pipelines and they got leaked. And leakage of that gas actually caused fire. And that fire killed 5,000 people. The secondary hazard, not the real primary hazard. So, and same thing has been happening, methane actually, and there are other gases also, for example, nitrous oxide and ammonia and hydrogen sulfide. They have been causing problems, particularly in the sewerage systems, where several of our sewerage workers, they became victim. I remember the last year, I think last year only, April, last week, there was a gas leakage from a sewerage tank in Ludhiana. And several people, they became unconscious and some of them lost their lives too. And then when we went for inspection to identify the gas, even it was not easy to distinguish the different gases because there was combination of gases. So which one is dominant, which one actually affected? And this is a big challenge. I remember the challenge which was faced during, all of you may be knowing the Bhopal gas tragedy, which was the biggest disaster. Methyl isocyanide got released. I worked with that Union Carbide plant and the doctors who actually treated. They were not able to judge how did they got affected and what is the antidote or treatment for them. Because even the doctors were not trained on that area. So that kind of challenges we are facing. So that's why I took up a new area, public health emergency and disaster management, where such kind of situations we are dealing. And now we are building a special chemical emergencies disaster management center with Ministry of Health and Family Welfare. So this how initiatives and interventions are taking place.
Excellent, excellent. Thank you so much, sir. Over to you all, please.
Before concluding the panel discussion, as a token of appreciation, Indian Maritime University would like to present each speaker with a memento. May I call upon our beloved Vice Chancellor and the captain of our ship, Rear Admiral Amit Bose, to kindly do the honors. I would also like to call upon Mr. Venkatapati to kindly do the honors. Mr. Ennerisu Karunesan, Regional Director of IAPH. Mr. Victor Shea, Strategy and Communications, IAPH. Mr. P. Ravindran, former Chairman of Chennai Port Authority. Dr. Surya Prakash, Head, National Institute of Disaster Management. Major Ashish Mishra, retired, General Manager of Human Resources at Gujarat Maritime Board.
One big hip hip hooray to the entire team, the director, Chennai campus, the faculty. Yeah. Oh, these students and all this crew. Yeah. Captain Kishore Sundaresan in yeah, but he says I have to mention separately. So Narasu and all the students who could thread this together. It's not easy. And thank you, Mr. Venkatesh Pati, for coming all the way from Delhi for this. Oh, okay.